Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome, my friends, to whomever's out there, to the trade deadline Shitstravaganza. Sorry, I was burping because I'm such a civilized streamer. Always civilized. We know how this goes. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as we all know, in reality. But I will say one thing, though. The deadline is going to be very real. It's going to be very massive. We already have some madness happening as we speak. The Padres giving the Pirates more of their prospect system. Dick Mountain, you were a good soldier. Farewell. We're going to miss you. Drop this just a touch here so I can focus on myself and not have to have music blaring in the background about all the madness. How's everyone doing out there today? A lot of people losing their minds, a lot of madness. Fire Cashman and Boone. Are they actually going to do anything this deadline? Because if you look at their standings, they're useless without Aaron Judge. But there's not much about that. Paul DeYoung, more prospects moving back to the St. Louis Cardinals. The Cardinals are selling. Jordan Montgomery's also gone. Maybe a few more pieces gone. We got one more hour until the official end of the trade deadline. But actually, wait, it was 6? I thought it was 3. I thought we ended at 3. Never mind, but it looks like we're going a bit longer today. Probably I'm thinking this was going to be at 5. So it looks like we're going for a bit of a marathon today. Oh, shit. Whoops. All right, why do I think this ended at 3? This ended at 3. Hold on. Yep, whatever. I mean, I thought it was 6. Yeah, I thought it was... Yeah, they changed it to 6. Never mind. So, it looks like we're going for a bit of a marathon today, boys. Yeah, I thought it was 4. It was 6 Eastern, but... I always thought it was like 3, because it used to be 3 o'clock Eastern. That was usually the time. Yep, looks like trade deadline's at 6 o'clock. We got 4 hours left. Never mind. Oops. Yeah, I could always leave and come back. Very true. But, I mean, at the same time, too, like, I can always, like, do some, like, stuff, go with that sort of thing, but, nothing wrong with that. NBA's usually 3. NHL's usually around 3 or 4, too. Maybe that's why I got confused. Well, so, we got 4 hours of this, so we got a lot of time to burn, so welcome to hell. Straw Hat Guy, yeah, I'm aware, man. It's a lot of pornography, a lot of stuff there. But let's go over all the trades in the meantime. A few trades have happened. Justin Brule going to the Rockies, probably free up space in a big trade, too. Brad Hand going to the Atlanta Braves. The Colorado Rockies are selling pieces. They're making moves. Actually, that's not the only move they made. They also traded C.J. Cron back to the Angels. If we look back here, if we can find where it is. I think it's back here. Yep, C.J. It's Giolito and Rodriguez. Here we go. Randall Grichuk and C.J. Cron. Fun fact, the Angels are above the luxury tax threshold, which a certain Artie Moreno was allergic to for a very long time. It's the fucking apocalypse. I'm very aware of that. Josh Robertson going to the Chicago Cubs. They're actually buying at the deadline, which is shocking. It's probably more like a quad A trade. Adrian Sampson, former Pirates farmhand, going in the deal as well. Tucker Davidson freeing up space to the Kansas City Royals. Kansas City Royals are like, Jesus, bring us, you're tired, you're wounded, you're quad A players, you're bloated contracts. I will comfort you, and we will take your cash considerations. Cash considerations, one of the biggest pieces of this trade deadline, as it is every year. Jace Peterson, free from the hell of Oakland, going to Arizona. Chad Patrick, I'm so sorry. You are going to be miserable. Nelson Velasquez going for Jose Cuellas. Joe Boyle for Sam Moll. A couple smaller pieces. San Francisco Giants going to trade for Mark Mathias, former Pirates hand. He, quad A guy. He'll probably hit like 300 with the Giants because this is how this is. And A.J. Pollock, who's probably going to go back to his 2015 All-Star form because this is the Giants and this is how they do things. They just get guys back and they just come back to it. The Chicago Cubs are buying at the deadline Heimer Candelario, who's actually having a really good season. If you look at it, I think it's like 3.5 WAR. And plus, he's actually doing some of the best batting he's done since 1920. So they're going to add him for the playoff push, and they're surprisingly doing somewhat okay. If we look at the Cubbies, they're actually 500 on a bit of a winning streak. So since the All-Star break, they haven't been mediocre per se. They've actually been relatively strong. 42 and 48 after the break, and now they're 53-53. Cody Bellinger's back to being a beast. He's like thriving. Seiya Suzuki, once he gets in there, Morrell's been solid. Dansby starting to heat up a little bit. Ian Happ been okay, but their pitching's probably been their best strong set. Like Stroman was supposed to be like traded. Justin Steele's been a solid piece. Hendricks was always rumored in trades, and their bullpen's still relatively strong. Not as good as it was last year, but still pretty good, I would say, if we're being fully honest. Mark Canha. Oh, yes, we have to talk about the New York Mets. The New York Mets, they're going to shit. They're selling pieces, and they're selling a lot of pieces. The rumor is they might be selling off guys like Pete Alonso by the end of this deadline. Woo. Verlander is a big piece rumored to go. Maximum Scherzer's gone. Daddy Steve is broken in the background. He threw a lot of money around, and it has failed miserably. Lowell Mets reign supreme, unfortunately, just in a different form. Paul Sewald, Seattle is kind of doing a half-buy, half-sell. Josh Rojas will probably fit in their starting lineup, same as Dominic Canzone. But Paul Sewald was their best closer. Now he goes to the Diamondbacks, and the Diamondbacks have been kind of in a free-fall stage. They're trying to recover. Tampa Bay Rays, they need pitching. They have been wrecked on that front. Aaron Civale going from Cleveland, so he's going from choking to doing relatively all right. So he'll probably be a big piece for that rotation along with McClanahan for a really good prospect, top 100 in Kyle Manzardo, who, I mean, Manzardo is going to be probably a piece of their starting lineup. Hasn't been that great in AAA this year, but he's holding his own. Give it another year or two, he'll probably be a regular in that lineup because, I mean, Cleveland's just looking to kind of half and half. They've had a lot of starting pitching issues, and losing Civale, I mean, you've lost McKenzie. Who knows when he's back. Zach Plesac is falling off the face of the map, same as Karen Shack. Shane Bieber's out till September. So, good luck. Good luck, Cleveland. The Angels trade we mentioned earlier. Nicky Lopez going for Taylor Hearn. Taylor Hearn, another piece going to the Royals, where they will eat innings and have about an ERA of 5 with a FIP of 5.5 because they can't field. Texas Rangers are going all in too. Jordan Montgomery and Chris Stratton and Maximum Scherzer all going to the Texas Rangers. They're trying to load up for that bullpen. They're actually doing okay this year. Shocking. I know. They're not walking mediocrity. It's incredible. Jordan Hicks going to the Blue Jays, which is, I'm kind of surprised by that because Jordan Hicks has had his struggles the past few years. I remember they tried him as a starter, did not work out. But Blue Jays are underachieving. They're kind of together, but they're not super consistent. I feel like that's the issue. Yeah, Sewell's pretty good. Jay, you changed. Yes, unfortunately, I changed for the worse. It's not good. But mostly prospects going to the Cardinals. They're selling. They're a hot mess. Kendall Graveman going to the Astros for Corey Lee. The White Sox are also selling too. Joe Kelly going back to the LA Dodgers where he was a legend. That face in 2020, you remember that? Lance Lynn going to the Dodgers as well. He doesn't have to shave. You remember him on the Yankees when he had to clean shave? It looked very uncanny. It was a weird look. But Trace Thompson going home to where his dad works with the White Sox. The White Sox are kind of doing a half in, half out. They're not really rebuilding, but they traded away Lucas Giolito and Reynaldo Lopez. I'm surprised it's not a big trade because Edgar Cuero and Kai Busch are two of their bigger prospects. Carlos Santana no longer hitting walk-offs against the Brewers. He's hitting them for the Brewers. Johnny Severino, younger prospect there. David Robertson, this began the sell-off. Imagine the Marlins being buyers. This is when you realize the Mets were fucked. Ahmed Rosario for Noah Syndergaard. Syndergaard is, he ain't what he was. If the Dodgers couldn't fix Noah Syndergaard, nobody's fixing him. Ahmed Rosario, I mean, he had a rough year, so probably fixes their shortstop issues with Gavin Lux out for the year. Miguel Rojas is more a bench guy right now. That's really it. Dylan Floro for Jorge Lopez, just a one-for-one deal. Floro is, solid pitcher. Jorge Lopez, solid pitcher. Marlins are really bolstering their bullpen. At least they're trying to. Kind of struggling a bit, but for the same time, they're also still well in the playoff hunt. Like, they're not as good as they were heading into the All-Star break. Because, once again, they had a big skid there for a while. But they managed to right the ship a touch. Luis Ariz is still hitting like modern-day Tony Gwynn. Chisholm, I believe, is back. So, good there. Solaire still hitting dongs. He's probably the only one really hitting dongs, per se. But that's where the dongs are. But yeah, Shohei is off the table. Yeah, Shohei, we need to talk about the Los Angeles Angels. They're trying to fight with everything they have because they realize Shohei's probably gone at the end of the year unless they can trade Anthony Rendon. So that's why they are going sort of all in, and that's why it's like the first step away from the Shire. If you remember that scene in Lord of the Rings, it's like, this is the first time I've ever been out of the Shire. This is Artie Moreno. It's like, this is the first time I've actually going to hit the luxury tax. So he steps away, and he hasn't combusted into 1,000 different pieces. And that is where Artie Moreno is right now. That's where the Angels are right now. They're kind of on a hot streak, but they're like 4 games out of the playoff spot. So, best of luck to you, boys. Hope you win a playoff game for Trout and Ohtani's sake, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. Kike Hernandez, back to the Dodgers, where he will probably hit 275 with a 800 OPS for a couple prospects. Taylor Hearn for the wonderful cash considerations. Pierce Johnson, Genesis Cabrera. The Blue Jays are really just getting a bunch of pieces from the resale store. The Cardinals are just getting prospects. Shintaro Fujinami, one big move by the Orioles, mostly because Fujinami actually has done okay since he's gone to the bullpen, and he'll probably turn into a 2 ERA guy. Chris Flexen back to the Mets, and he'll probably be garbage. And Ben Gamel going to the Padres. But otherwise, I will say, a lot of stuff happening right now. Mostly quiet on the trade front. I thought this was going to happen at 3 o'clock. But unfortunately, it's not around 3 o'clock. But Paul DeJong is the big trade right now, going updated to the Florida Marlins. Not the Marlins, I mean the Blue Jays. But how's everyone doing in the chat? 1,300 people somehow watching this crap. But I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I did not expect this to go until 6. I thought this was going to be until, like, 3, per se. But I'll probably do a couple hours, take a little break. Then I'll probably end up coming back for a hot minute, grab some dinner, and then we will do the big part of the deadline. I thought this was going to be a little more condensed, but I guess I'm not. Oops. I got bad information. I thought it was 3 p.m. again. Whoop. Sorry about that. But my Pirates are, I have the shirt again. I'm selling for, we're buying Magic Beans. We're just going to get all those Magic Beans back. Hey, for Virginia Vet, congratulations, brother. Salute on the marriage, my man. And Josh Wolf for 2, the Braves are collapsing and I'm scared. That's just baseball season, man. If you look at your Braves, you're still in solid shape. I mean, you're 67-37. You have the best record in baseball. You're not really collapsing. A 500 record is collapsing, brother. You went on a torrid streak to start June. You are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6. You're 7-8 since the break, dude. You're not collapsing. You're just in a bit of a lull. You're fine. Josh Wolf, you're fine. Seth Floyd, Tree, the Tigers will offer you Chris Ilitch and 50 White Claws for Brian Hayes. No. Hard no. Hard reject. Sorry, Seth. Awkward Gamer Sean Shanley, I gotta bring out to Jeebus Cross. Hail to Jeebus Cross. And guy gave me this in Portland, by the way. The Portland Timber scarf. This is actually really nice. So I wore that with the Jeebus Cross, and Jeebus is starting to fall. But in the meantime, I figure I would don him with the scarf of the Timbers. Because something about dying in vain. This will be my only transmission today. I'm going to see the Jays likely get destroyed by the orange Oreo cookies today. But at least I'll enjoy some cheap Looney Dog Tuesday. It's a dollar dog night. Remember, the Pirates usually have dollar dog night, and everyone just goes crazy for it. They run out of hot dogs and buns. It is the weirdest thing. Nothing like cheap processed meat. You stick it in your mouth, and you just go to town. You put sauces on it. There's stuff all over your face. It's kind of an innuendo in a lot of ways. It's rough. Very rough. Dr. Sup for 2. Why do you think the Titans own the Steelers? Dude, we kicked your ass in 2017. We beat you in 2021 too, brother. It's your team collapsed last time we played you. So I don't think it's Titans really owning the Steelers. If we go back to the Oilers, the Steelers own them too. So we don't really get owned by you. Just saying. Sport Ranter Justin Verlander is going to be traded for $2 cash. Actually, what's going to happen is they're going to add cash, like a couple million, and then get like $2 back. That's what's going to happen with Verlander. But you have to remember, he has to have approval on the trade destination as well. So say the Astros come knock and be like, hey, Mr. Cohen, we want to trade for Justin Verlander because we have some injuries in the starting rotation. Luis Garcia is out for the year, or Keedy might not be back for a while. Well, how much do you want for Verlander? I don't know. Probably say like, hey, we'll give you like $20 million. Take on his contract for the next year so we can get paid, and we'll pay you like maybe like a prospect and A-ball and $2. Kind of like what they did with Scherzer. They got Ronald Acuna's brother, Luis Angel Acuna, because they're hoping he turns into this mega stud prospect, which you never know. He could make it, but that's the thing with prospects. You pretty much are playing the lottery at that point. John Nunez, Lowell Mets selling their best players for Ohtani next year. But, I mean, Ohtani, he's going to get a $500 million plus contract. There are a lot of pieces. I mean, the Padres, I don't know if they're going to because they burned all their money. They lost their RSN deal, so they've lost tens of millions of profit there. Dodgers are going to be big players. If the A's move to Vegas next year, I can see them being big players because they're going to need a piece that puts asses in seats. And who puts asses in seats other than Shohei Ohtani? Mets will be there. Yankees, I think. Maybe if Steinbrenner were still the owner. George Steinbrenner, I should say. He'll probably be there. But for the most part, mostly depends who does. I mean, does Artie Moreno get visited by Three Spirits and throw him $500 million and say, fuck it, go over the luxury tax, do whatever? Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. Sunoi, the trade deadline ends at 6 o'clock Eastern tonight. I thought it was 3 Eastern, so bit of a fuck up on my end, and I feel great shame. I feel incredible shame. So we'll be doing a long-term stream. We'll be doing a bit of a marathon. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with a very nice marathon indeed. We'll probably be playing some Immaculate Grid, some, Puck Doku. I don't mind that as well. So you know what? I'll put my chat off. I'll do some challenges. Because it's going to be a bit of downtime, especially once the trades slowly seep in. You remember that scene from Moneyball where everyone's just sitting around calling like, hey, what are you doing tonight? Maybe they're texting each other. They're on like their manager version of Tinder. They're just playing along. They're like, sup, baby, want to trade? And then they meet up and they trade pieces. They do some saliva swap or something. And that's how the trade deadline works, apparently. That one oddball, would you entirely roll out the Angels making the playoffs? No, of course not. You're not really officially out of the playoffs until you're eliminated. But it would be hilarious if the Angels fall apart once they manage to finally get pieces. Be drilling your mom for $1? Ooh, nothing wrong with drilling. But not with my mom. She's a saint. Go fuck yourself. Sorry. Pirates fan blues. Great news. The Pirates are projected to lose 98 games this year. A couple games less than last year. Progress, yes. And remember, they were in first place in the NL Central in mid-June. And then circling that drain. And we're selling off our bets for some magic beans. Carlos Santana, Rich Hill, and Ji-Man Choi are all gone. And we're getting those magic beans. We're going to bring up the young guys. I mean, Henry Davis is up. Leo Peguero is up. Nick Gonzalez is up. Andy Rodriguez is up. Quinn Priester's up, even though he's probably not ready. He's getting shelled in his starts. They're probably going to call up a few other guys too, but for the most part, the Pirates are, they're not going Super Bowl. I do have their shirt, but this is our time where we sell the magic beans unless you're Neil Huntington in 2018 and inexplicably trade prospects for Chris Archer and Keone Kela. Yeah. I mean, I thought Meadows would be a lot better, but Glasnow was never going to work out in the Pirate system anyway. Plus, you got Shane Baz, which is, yeah, I mean, he's really good when he's healthy, but the problem is, when is he healthy? Ziggy Smolowicz said, working depressed in an apathetic way since I'm a White Sox fan. Sell, Jerry, sell. But didn't you hear, Ziggy? They don't want to really rebuild. They're doing this half-in, half-out stuff, which, speaking from experience, that works very, very well. You should totally do that half-in, half-out stuff because you're just going to be caught in a cycle of mediocrity, 75, 70 wins. That works out well for teams, especially. And your White Sox, oh, Jerry Reinsdorf don't give a shit because he's content because he got lucked into Michael Jordan. Gaming with Brian, what the hell are the Guardians doing trading to Aaron Civale to the Rays? They got a great prospect in return. And secondly, Guardians ain't doing shit this year. Cleveland is, their pitching staff is wrecked. And the only ones hitting are Josh Naylor and Jose Ramirez. Like, McKenzie, you don't know when he's going to be back. Bieber's out till September. Zach Plesac's gone to shit. Karinchak's gone to shit. Their bullpen's still really good, but it's not their year. I mean, the only reason why they're still competitive is that they're in the AL Central, which is a fucking joke. And the Twins are, they're teeing again. And honestly, it would be absolutely hilarious if the Tigers won that division with how shitty they are. Just because no one deserves to win that division. Actually, you know what? Just put the Angels there, have them win the division, give them their playoff series, and then they'll just get, you know, probably maybe win a series. And then we can say, hey, Trout won a series. We can't do that shitty meme anymore. That's really it. World's Greatest Dude, what should the Red Sox do? What they're probably going to do, they're going to do the half in, half out. They're going to half sell, half rebuild. It's going to be a very weird look. Because this is what the Red Sox do. I mean, they're kind of on a hottish streak, but once again, they're in a very tight division. And they're out of a playoff spot, weirdly enough, because, you know, you have the Rays, the Blue Jays, and the Astros. You're going to have big competition. So, do you see them gaining 4 games on the rest of their division, or are they just going to fall apart? Actually, you know what? I'd rather have the Red Sox in the Central. Throw them in the Central, and they can actually, you know, host a playoff series and get blown to bits because they have a lot of consistency issues. Any other trades happening yet? Nope. Marco, what are your thoughts on the Angels keeping Shohei and getting Giolito and Lopez as they are buyers? Simply put, Artie Moreno smells blood, and Artie Moreno knows that this is probably his best chance, even though Trout's injured, he's broken his hamate bone. He's probably not going to be the same because hamate bone is responsible for power, and it takes a while for that to come back. So they're just biding their time right now. They had a random hot streak. I think they had a really easy schedule, if I remember correctly. Let's go over the LA Angels, who are 4 games back from a wild card spot. By the way, they're with the Mariners punching their fans in the dick. Like, let's see their little schedule here. Because I think they had, yeah, they played the Pirates in one series, which should tell you all you need to know. Yeah, they played Houston. You know, had a rough series. The Yankees are hot garbage. Detroit is hot garbage. Lost a series to Toronto, Atlanta. I mean, it's a weak schedule. Because the Yankees were without Aaron Judge, and they're just trash. The Yankees are garbage. And the Tigers are, well, they nearly blew a couple games, too, if you remember correctly. And then the Pirates are garbage. So, ooh, the Padres and Giants are out on Verlander. Uh-oh. That ain't good. Oops. That ain't good, brother. Jordan Ramirez think the Tigers will do anything today. If they get a big return for some of their starting pitching, maybe. But for the most part, it's going to be smaller moves. That's my best bet with the Tigers. I don't know what else they can really sell of value. Like, do you tell Miguel Cabrera, hey, we'll eat your salary, go win another championship? I mean, who's going to want Miguel Cabrera at this stage? Like, Cabrera, he's a bench bat. That's really all there is to it. It's not much you can do there. Oh, well. TL22, do you think the Cards can actually rebalance and be contenders next year? Of course. That's what the Cardinals do. They still have Goldschmidt. They still have Arenado. I think they'll be big players in the free agent market. Pitching, they'll still get pieces. They'll have some random guys pop out of nowhere because this is what they do. They'll probably end up trading Contreras at a loss because they are pissed at Contreras. DeYoung's already gone. I mean, Carlson, they're hoping for a jump. Edman, they're hoping to come back. Like Flaherty, they're hoping for a bounce back too. Wainwright's done. Liberator, like they're hoping for him to make a jump as well. He was one of the big pieces in that trade, I believe, for a Rosarena, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. And then Zach Thompson out of nowhere. Thoughts on the Mariners? Endless dick punching. That's what the Mariners are doing. And they're selling, oddly enough. They've actually been on a decent streak, oddly enough. Captain and Nizzle, I'm so constipated that even catching for the Mets wouldn't help their situation. They don't even need him catching for the Mets, man. They have Francisco Alvarez. He's really good. You need somebody to... Well, it's more an everything problem, so... beats me. Really beats me. Crew Kid 52, 1, nice haircut. I actually got a cut before Portland. It's the hairstyle. And 2, anything for the Mets since the Scherzer Acuna trade. Mark Canha got traded. He got traded for, I forget the prospect's name. Let me double check real quick. Justin Jarvis. So a relatively decent prospect, but Canha's gone too. So the Brewers they can't hit besides Yelich. So they're hoping just for something. And they're showing the Angels' schedule. It's going to be really tough. Plus, they have the Mariners, who they are notoriously... well, that's more the Athletics and Mariners. That's their issue. Colton Wertiporta. Or Wertipora. I'm sorry. I butchered that name. I'm bad. Do you think Ohtani will be moved at the deadline? No. They've already came out clear and said no. They're not moving him. Cole Smith, thank you for your work in the sports ball world. Go Braves. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Braves are in good hands. I think they'll do more buying at the deadline, if we're being completely honest. Sean Pinkerton, I might be Inzer, but glad to see the Baltimore O's doing well. Remember in 2021 where they were saying they were the most embarrassing tank? And now they are leading their division. Tampa Bay's been struggling too, which is why they traded for Savale. I mean, you have Rutschman coming into his own, Gunnar Henderson coming into his own, Santander, O'Hearn surprisingly doing really well. Shortstop is a need. But for the most part, I think like pitching is going to be their biggest like acquisition. Rodriguez hasn't really come into his own. You have DL Hall, who's not truly ready yet. John Means isn't ready. He might be back later on, but for the most part, he's still having issues. They have some pieces: Kramer, Gibson. Their bullpen's lights out. But for the most part, like starting pitching is going to be their thing, which is why they were looking for like dark horse candidate for like a Mitch Keller or something like that, but it depends on what they return because Mitch Keller is going to cost a lot. And I mean a lot. Where will Erod and Lorenzen end up? Yeah, Eduardo Rodriguez apparently is in talks with the Dodgers, but he has the no trade clause linked to the Dodgers too, so he'll have to waive it to make sure. Yeah, Jackson Holiday, that too, Haley. So I would say him would be probably the piece there. He's actually raking. He's like one of the number one prospect, I believe. He's dominating, so I think he'll be pretty solid. Sean Ping, Carter Ferris 07, Tigers do something. Let's see, have the Tigers done anything yet? Cash considerations for Jake Marisnick. That's definitely some moves, man. I mean, it ain't Alavila. Alavila would have traded for garbage prospects that did nothing. That's definitely an Alavila type move. Indiana BP, if only the White Sox could trade Reinsdorf, Rick Hahn, and Kenny Williams. Southside continues to be in baseball hell. Yes, it does. And your stadium's depressing in your organ. It sounds like it has a dying cat in it, which is very fitting for how the White Sox run things. This was supposed to be the years where you really turned into contenders, and that answer has turned into a resounding no. Also, Tim Anderson has been garbage for a good chunk of the year, finally coming back into his own, but 43 and 64. Yeah. It's very garbage. Like, Grandal, he's done. Andrews, like, they might be traded for, like, a relief prospect, if that. Jake Berger's your best hitter. Luis Roberts still have an issue. Like, he has, like, there were, like, allegations of him dogging stuff. Oscar Colas has struggled too. Andrew Benintendi is, you know, he's in hell. He's stuck there. Yohan Moncada has been injured most of the year. Zach Remillard is one of your better hitters, which is not good. And your pitching is, does anyone throw a shitload for Dylan Cease? I mean, Kopech really ain't getting much. Look at that FIP. 6.3. Oh, dude. Kopech is getting lit up like a Christmas tree. I mean, they have Touki Toussaint starting games again. Remember Touki Toussaint, the prospect that went in that Shelby Miller trade? Oh, wait, that was to shed, Bronson Arroyo's contract. That was the issue. Swanson went in the, Shelby Miller trade. Road to Dawn, Verlander back to the Astros, maybe. I could see it. Definitely see it. Detroit fans, who do you think the Tigers should get prospects, just anyone to help them out. It's going to be a long time, maybe a couple more years, unless the AL Central continues to be hot garbage. Skill check, the Mariners are giving me false hope after last night. Think the return for Sewell's pretty good. I mean, Josh Rojas is pretty good. He's having a down year, but he'll probably slot into the lineup immediately. The fact that we got assets for A.J. Pollock is insane. Thoughts on Seattle's move so far? I'm surprised they're selling. For being completely honest with you, I thought they would buy a bit because if we look at Seattle, they've actually been on somewhat of a hot streak. They're in the same boat as the Angels. Like, they're starting to round into some sort of form. Their series with the Angels will be very telling, at least to me. Big Dumper hit a couple big home runs last night. I did see that. Mike Ford somehow came back out of nowhere. Back at the Yankees legend from 2019. I think it was that or 18. Kelenics had some injuries. He's kind of fallen off. They need Rodriguez to go back to what he was. Yep, just confirmed that Padres and Giants are out on Verlander. So, Padres probably don't have any prospects to give up. Tom Murphy doing actually really well. So, it's a solid two-handed catching tandem. Colton Wong has... that's not Colton Wong. He should play the Pirates every game. That should get him back to a 400 average. Didn't even realize Tommy LaStella was on the Mariners. But yeah, Pollock is, he'll probably go back to form because he's going back home. I mean, he's also going to the Giants, which return stuff like no tomorrow. Pitching's really solid. So, I mean, you're in decent shape. You'll be fighting for a playoff spot if you're the Mariners. Gojira, Angels GM Perry Manassian hasn't gotten enough depth for the enough credit for the depth he added to the team in the offseason. It's the reason we're still in the race. Well, Zach Neto's emergence really helped too. Jared Walsh, unfortunately, hasn't been the same. Taylor Ward hasn't really been the same. He's been okay, but he hasn't been the Taylor Ward of a couple years ago. So it would mainly say, okay, like pitching, you've done all right there, but it's mostly the Ohtani show. That's what you are. If you didn't have Ohtani, you'd be about 5 or 10 games less wins. Like, you would be under 500. Just because that's what Ohtani does. Nothing insulting. It's just the power of Shohei Ohtani. Duskwolf, what do you think of the Diamondbacks since the All-Star break video? They've gone into free fall, unfortunately. I didn't expect them to just fall off the gas. The issue with the Diamondbacks was always that they were a roller coaster. They have these great highs, and then they just fall apart. And unfortunately, the Diamondbacks have been not good. They have not been good. They kind of showed cracks by the end of the All-Star break, and now it's just like, they still have a little bit of work to be done. I mean, They're almost there. They need a few more prospects to really come into their own, but for the most part, there's still some issues. But they're almost there. Give it some time. Give it some time. Oh, we got a Portugal guy here. What's up, Numtalagao? I butchered that. I'm so sorry. Hello, guys. Hello. Sean Rosser, loved your newest Legacy Affiliate vid. As a DC native, I had to experience it firsthand. Thankfully, I'm a Panthers fan. Dude, you're lucky in a way. I mean, Panthers haven't been much better, but you haven't dealt with all the chaos and drama. You've had some drama, but not a ton. But I'm glad he isn't in DC no more. Yeah, I'd say so. I would definitely say so. Tom Dill is a Friars fan. I don't know how to feel about the Choi Hill trade. You might be buying Magic Beans. Oh, dude, we're always buying Magic Beans. That's what we do with the Padres. And somehow, like, those Magic Beans have turned out well. Like, Marcano's had his flashes. Sawinski looks really good. Bednar's been good. We got Andy Rodriguez in that deal. Hudson Head hasn't been the same, but, I mean, we're given the prospects. And Dan Young with a very nice 69. Praise the Jeebus. Give us more trade deadline. Can it be 6 o'clock yet? Hallelujah. How is it that Phil shit the bet against your Buccos, but will probably take this series against the Fish? Simple. This is what the Pirates do. They swept the Dodgers last year. It's like random reasons. Some teams like just do better than others. It's a very strange situation. Also, what is your prediction for the Phillies for this trade deadline? Remember, Dombrowski's in charge. They'll probably bolster pieces. This is what Dombrowski does. Trade minor prospects, bolster up. Remember, they got Brandon Marsh in a low-key deal at the deadline. And, like, they traded Mickey Moniak. And Moniak is hitting, but if you look at his strikeout to walk ratio, there's some issues there. So you can't really say much in that regard, per se. Hufflepuff Baseball going to need the Yankees to do literally anything. Be careful. What's going to happen is they're going to revive Josh Donaldson and get him off IR. Oh, wait, the Blue Jays checked in on Isaiah Kiner-Falefa? Oh, dude, that's actually bad news because the Yankees are no longer going to trade him to the Blue Jays because they got DeYoung. So, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, dude, if they traded him, they would have run parades. They hate that dude over there. But I think that's more Cashman's stubbornness along with Josh Donaldson. Like, who wants to prove that trade right? Jared Froman, if Mike Trout got a space colony for his services, Shohei Ohtani probably gets the entire Milky Way galaxy. I believe you. I really think he does. It would not shock me one bit if he gets the entire Milky Way galaxy. It can get, it'll get interesting. Miguel Villasenor, Pirates in first team so long ago. Yep, definitely so. Pirates make me a very sad panda. They were in mid-June, and I was cautiously optimistic during this winning streak because they had a really soft schedule, but then this happened, and I became a very sad panda. They gave up over 10 runs a game in 2 games to Cleveland, who can't hit for shit. The rumors are they might be Keller and Bednar are getting a lot of calls, but you're going to have to give up a ton to get them. So, Kutch isn't going anywhere. I mean, he's still staying put. Yeah, there's a lot of injuries, too. Bay, Marcano's on 60-day. Brian Hayes has been injured for a hot minute. Santana's gone, so no first baseman here. Piguero, Alika Williams, Alika Williams, I think it is. Alika Williams. And they traded a certain Robert Stevenson who's pitching really well in Tampa Bay, as expected, if we're being completely honest with you. They're okay. They have pieces, but at the same time, they have a lot of work that needs to be done. Yep, Roland Kylo, if the Royals are entertaining offers for Salvi Perez, that's going to be the official end of an era. I think that's the last piece of their World Series team. And Salvi can still hit. So, I mean, quality hitting catcher, you'll still get a return. Joe O'Neill's coming back like in August or September. So that's when he's coming back. So it's going to be a good bit. AAA, we may need a vid on the White Sox or Jerry himself. How do you mess up a rebuild after 7 years like this? That's simple. You rush it. You rush it and you get cheap with parts. And that's why the White Sox are always looking to be big players in free agency, but they don't get anybody. Like, their biggest free agent signing was Andrew Benintendi. They haven't paid over $100 million for a player in their history. Even the Pirates did that. That's all you need to know. I gotta go back because there are so many... YouTube's weird like that. Virginia Vet... Virginia Vet. Sox fans are in the same boat the Bears are in, waiting for the owners to die before any progress can happen. Yep, pretty much. I mean, at least the Bears, like, they can delude themselves into thinking they're okay. But at the same time, I mean, that's what the Bears do. X525 Crossfire Tree. When did the Mariners give up on the Robbie Ray project? I mean, he's out for the year. So, and plus he has that huge contract. So, I doubt you get much for him, if that at all. I believe he has 3 more years on his deal. Let's double check here when this loads. Yeah, 3 more years on that deal. And Ray's not opting out with the way he's played. He's been terrorized by Jordan. He hasn't been the same. Like, he had a decent year last year, but he wasn't Cy Young, Robbie Ray. Like, he cashed in on that deal. Whew. Mitchell Valdez, have the Giants made any moves yet? Yes, they acquired A.J. Pollock and Mark Mathias, who will probably both turn into 300 hitters. That's what the Giants do. Tiger Shark 600 for 2. Thank you, brother. Ferda Boy 63 for 5. As usual, the Tigers are asking too much for Erod and Lorenzen, just like when trying to trade Fulmer a few years ago, and then you had to trade Fulmer for nothing. That's unfortunately the problem. I know, like, Lorenzen's coming off an all-star appearance, even though the only reason why is because you need one person per team. But McCullers is on IL too for the Astros. I didn't realize that. That must be new. I know Garcia and Urquidy have been on IL for a while. But Verlander will probably be the piece that goes to the Astros. It makes a lot of sense in multiple aspects. Benjamin Pruitt, thanks for making quality MLB content, man. I began watching your content in 2017, back when my Astros were making a run for the championship. Here's to hoping to the Astros, or Verlander to the Astros Volume 2 happens. Yeah, I mean, it's very possible. It's very possible. It makes most sense. I mean, the Astros do have prospects. I mean, if they throw, say, Forrest Whitley, even though he hasn't been the same, I mean, the Mets will trade money to get that done. Because Verlander, I believe, has another year left on his deal, plus a no-trade clause. If he gets traded to Houston, he will waive that no-trade clause. Oh, Verlander goes to the Astros. Yep, Verlander has been traded. He's going to the Astros. Oh, wait, is it Bob? Verlander to Texas. Let's take a look-see. Has Justin Verlander been traded, or is this more bullshit? If this loads. Come on. The boob. Well, Bob actually had good reporting for the lockout. So, But Bob Nightingale. Everybody loves Bob Nightingale. Yep, it looks like Justin Verlander and the Astros won 2 World Series titles together. Now they're back together vying for a 3rd title. I can't see it, but literally talking about it makes the most sense to trade Justin Verlander to the Astros, and there it is. So we wait for the return. We actually have a trade. We have a trade, folks. And says Rosenthal is confirmed too. So Bob Nightingale was correct, apparently. I love the bow tie. Yep. Sources confirms to me and Chandler Rome, Verlander to the Astros. Justin Verlander going to the Astros. And Pasana's apparently tweeted too. Justin Verlander is a Houston Astro. Again. So there's probably a lot of money going the other way. Probably $25 million or so if he has an extra deal. The same deal is probably with the Texas Rangers. So quite an interesting dynamic. Verlander and Scherzer were back together, and now they are star-crossed rivals on different sides of the state. One to the north, one to the south. One in Arlington, one in Houston. And they will both probably be playing each other in the playoffs in the ALDS. But yes, the deal in place, Verlander just has to waive the no-trade clause, which I'm guessing he does. And Justin Verlander, Lowell Mets, will be reigning supreme once again. Jay Matthews, what do they always do? They'll probably, they can't go empty-handed on starting pitching, so I guess they'll probably have to trade a lot. I mean, Mitch Keller would be a good piece to look at. Anyone that... It'll probably be someone way out of the box just because they need pieces to do anything. I just need something. Josh, I would say who they gave up. I would probably say, what would they give up? Probably low-level prospect or two with upside. That would be my best guess. Because Verlander's been all right, but he's been injury-prone too. He's been out for a good chunk of the year. So that would depend on what Verlander does. Griff Tech Productions just tuned in. Tree, what do you think of the Cubs' moves and what do they do today? They're going to buy. They will buy at the deadline. They already bought Hamer Candelario. I kept calling him Heimer for the longest time. It's actually Hamer. So I messed that up. I probably messed it up too. I think it's Jamer. It sounds better as Hamer or Heimer. So, whoops. Dylan Cease to the Orioles if they pay a lot. The thing is, I don't believe... Also, that was a calendar reminder of the trade deadline, which I messed up. I thought it was going to be a 3. It's not a 3. It's at 6. Bummer. So sad. Crew Kid 52. Kana was one of our best pitchers. Pain. Yeah. He's a really solid hitter. Kana always has been. But Griff Tech, what did the Cubs do today? I would say they add, they're probably going to add more pieces at the deadline. Probably bullpen armor 2, maybe a piece for the bench. That'll probably be the best regard. Jamer. It is Jamer. Damn it. I want to call it Hamer. Damn it. Sounds better as Hamer than Jamer. Family Guy Fan 889 going to see the Yankees versus Rays today. If George Steinbrenner were alive, he would fire Aaron Boone and Brian Cashman, dude. That would cost money, though. Hal cares more about the business side than the passion side. George Steinbrenner would have fired everyone 15 times over. He would have exhumed Billy Martin's rotting corpse from the grave. He would have opened it up, fired him, buried him, and then hired someone else, fired him, and then fired Billy Martin again. This is just what he does. That's what Steinbrenner would have done, especially in that situation. He would have had an aneurysm from the grave if they let go of Aaron Judge. And it would be bad. Edric Jackson, is there anything else Toronto needs to be a more consistent offense? Or is it more of a coaching issue? I think it's both, to be honest with you. Bo Bichette's injury might hurt big time. That's why they did bring in DeYoung. DeYoung is a solid weapon, but if you're expecting him to be consistent, that's going to be an issue because DeYoung has had consistency issues for the last couple of years, especially at the plate. And James Carlisle was your favorite sports ball running gag, dude. It was always, the culture is actually damn good. Dude, I'm going to miss that quote. That was the only good thing out of Dan Snyder's reign, just the sheer ignorance of that quote after everything that happened, especially that year. Trent Williams, Costa Rica, the Costa Rica revelations, all the meddling, and just to say the culture's good when everything's gone to shit, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Gavin Belts, do you think the Phillies will do anything? I'm nervous since I haven't heard any rumors from them this deadline. Dave Dombrowski's always itching for a big trade, so give it time. I think he'll make a move too. I think that will be the thing. Flambeau 123. My insane hopium is that the Brewers trade for Luis Robert Jr. in Eloy. The White Sox are selling, and we have the prospects. I don't think the White Sox really want to do a full-scale rebuild after a full-scale rebuild. I think they're afraid of that, so they're going to keep on to them for as long as they can. I think that's the issue. The White Sox should sell for prospects, but they won't because they're the White Sox. Jerry Reinsdorf wants to keep the illusion of them being competitive, and that's what's going to happen. Ash Becker, hey Tree, what team do you think should sell that won't and will off themselves? White Sox. as I had said before, the White Sox. Padres. Padres would be another. They're actually buying. They bought Dick Mountain and Ji-Man Choi to give more of the Pirates farm system to the Padres. Thank you for that, by the way. Magic beans are always the staple of the Pirates diet. Green Draco, now that Snyder's out, who's the worst NFL owner? Jimmy Haslam. And then Irsay, Bidwell. So those three in any particular order. Cal McNair is kind of a boob, so I would say him too. It's just pick one out of a hat. I would say Haslam, personally. Haslam has been shit since he started to own the team. Like the modern day Dan Snyder, just meddling in a lot of pieces, firing coaches randomly, pivoting from vision to vision. That's the Jimmy Haslam way. Socially Matty, will the Tigers trade Lorenzen if the price is right? They're probably going to demand too much. But I'm actually shocked the Rockies sold pieces, because Daniel Bard was supposed to be a piece traded and they extended him, and Trevor Story, remember that situation from a few years ago? They should trade Charlie Blackmon, even though they probably won't. They should have traded him a few years ago, if we're being completely honest, but once again, they won't. It is what it is. Toro McJohnson, hey Rangers fans, dread it, dread from it, run from it. The Astros have arrived. Also, I'll be satisfied if the Texans snag a wildcard spot and get the Saturday noon game. Perhaps. They'll play at the propane tank. The propane grill. Sell propane and propane accessories. Nick Krishnan. Phil's fans who went to both weekends' Pirates games got me a Bednar bobblehead and watched him break my heart twice. Bednar, as of late, has been a bend but don't break pitcher. It's been strange, but he's still really solid. Tough series and keep it up, my good man. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. Mathron 5000, do you think the Orioles will win the AL East? If they keep playing like this, yes, because the Rays have been sub 500 since their hot streak to start the year. That's what's kind of surprising. They have lost a lot of pitching. That's why they brought in Aaron Savale, because the Rays have been very messy. Breezels McCheezels, Irsay ended up like his dad. He hasn't ended up like his dad until he moves the team in a Mayflower truck in the middle of the night because he doesn't want his team to be seized by eminent domain. Then he'll end up like his dad. That would actually be a really good story to tell, too, because that's why Bob Irsay moved the team, because Baltimore was going to seize it from him. That's why he moved in the middle of the night. Drew Gilbert to the Mets. We have another trade. A small trade. Actually, Drew Gilbert is the Astros prospect. So let's take a look at old Drew Gilbert. Probably another Luis Angel Acuna. Let's see. Andrew Christopher Gilbert. 2020 to 2023 former first-round pick from the University of Tennessee, a volunteer. Really solid high A. And then double A. He's still holding his own, so... Yep, this is the kind of piece they're trying to build on for the future. Same thing. So it's they're trying to build off that, and then they're trying to probably add him and Luis Angel Acuna to add. K-Wright, anything new? Justin Verlander is an Astro again. So there's your big piece to start the year. James Carlisle, overjoyed to see you dunk on Dan Snyder, terribly incompetent owner, somehow an even worse human being. Good riddance. I think that's all the NFL saying that. Anyway, how about the Nationals? Is there any hope for us in the next few years? It's going to take a bit. I mean, you do have some pieces, but for the most part, you're just drifting until, say, you can get out of the Strasburg and Corbin contracts. So, I mean, Candelario was the piece you traded. You got a decent return for him. Stone Garrett's been all right, but Garrett, Thomas, and Meneses are late 20s, early 30s. They're not part of your future. Your future is C.J. Abrams. Your future is, Mackenzie Gore. Your future is like the pieces you got in the Juan Soto trade and the Scherzer trade and a few other trades. I mean, it would have been nice if Carter Keyboom developed out, but he didn't. So you're just in the piece where you're just trading off wherever you can. Hosea Gray's actually done all right too, but at the same time, it's going to take a bit. It's definitely going to take a bit. Thomas Cherry, D-backs reportedly in talks for Michael Lorenzen. So far, a little bit, but there's more also coming in the trade for Verlander. I'm guessing it's cash considerations, the greatest piece. Cash considerations. For 5 out of 10 trades, cash considerations going the other way. Look at all those cash considerations, baby. Best part of the MLB trade deadline, man. West Wash, diehard New York Mets fan. Every team F's up, but why Lowell Mets? Because this was supposed to be the year where you made that emergence. This is the most painful year for them since '92. Like this, you make all these big moves, biggest, highest salaries in baseball history, $300 million. You go through the Cohen tax, which is a source of pride for him, and just you go sub 500. That is a massive disappointment, man. Like that is brutal. That's why it's Lowell Mets. Bao, the god of dumplings. I've missed stressing out over the O's making deadline moves. We got so much surplus in Norfolk. We got to take advantage. Heston Kjerstad might be a big piece to move. DL Hall might be a piece to move. You've got a lot of pieces you can move. The O's are loaded. I think it's time for them to strike, and they'll get controllable pitchers. That's what I think they're going to aim for. I don't think they're going to go for rentals and trade those. They're not trading those guys unless they can get a guy with 3-4 years of control, maybe a year of league minimum left, plus arbitration. I think those are the moves they're going to make. Nick JK, baseball. Yep, nothing wrong with some good baseball. Baseball is the shit. It's a good time. Unless you're a Pirates fan, then you slowly die and trade all your pieces for magic beans. I want to die now. Kill me. Yeah, this is us as we were waiting for 2015 to become reality again. What's up? How you doing? This guy went through 20 years of bullshit at his childhood, losing seasons. That's one of my bucket list bits, by the way. Long encompassing series on the 20 seasons of dog shit. Meech's Minners. Are the Reds going to red anytime soon? I've been mentally ready for an implosion since the All-Star break. Maybe if Ellie De La Cruz goes to shit. Andrew Abbott's the only thing holding up that rotation. Lodolo and Hunter Green are still out. So it depends. Central isn't that good. I mean, the Cubs are coming back. The Brewers, I don't think they're that good. I mean, they have issues in their hitting once again. Their rotations, it's still solid, but it's not what it was the last couple years. They still have some interesting pieces. They still have a really elite, arms in that staff. But, I mean, the Cardinals are a hot mess. The Pirates are the Pirates. And the Padres imploded again because this is what the Padres do. The Brewers move Hira. He's stuck in the minors because they're paying him $2.5 million. That's why they're not moving him. I mean, the Pirates will take Keston Hira. He'll probably be really good. But at the same time, that's why. I mean, he's not on the 40-man, and he's making $2.5 million. That's why they're not. They're relying on Bryce Terang. 3 hours left. I thought this was the end of the trade deadline, but I guess not. Liam Moore, what's the new sports ball intro going to be? I have to think about that. It could be just one long montage with the same musical number, but I still have to figure that out. I still got to do the brainstorming part of sports ball, but mostly sports ball is just a come and go, see how you feel sort of thing. So I'll probably really just hammer down in August and really just get to work on trying to get sports ball to work. So hopefully we won't have the week 1 kinks this year, knock on wood. Knock on the wood. And let's check Mr. Bob Nightingale. Bob Nightingale, what do you have to say about the news? I know a certain Justin Verlander has been traded, but is there anything else happening to Justin Verlander? Logan Gilbert and a fringe prospect. Yep, not Logan Gilbert, dude. Logan Gilbert. Wait, so the Mariners pitcher is going the other way. Got a shit post. Sorry if this loads. Ah, damn it. Logan Gilbert. Logan goddamn Gilbert. Oh, hold on. 5 points. Oh, dude, I should call him. I should call him right now. Oh, boy. Hold on. I have to get live works of Lowell Mets in the background. Lowell Mets has to be real. Let me see if I can call him. Please call, dude. Dude, I got to call. Oh, baby. Dude, this is brilliant. This is content right here, baby. This is content. I have to get live reaction from our friend 5 Points Vids about him losing Justin Verlander. Oh, please. Come on. Hey, I just wanted to get your reaction to Justin Verlander going back to the Houston Astros.
Jesus Christ. You call me during my work day?
Yes, I know. Yeah, we're working so hard, right?
Right. I figure you're calling me to, something happened with the pickles or something like that, or something serious, and now you want my reaction to Justin Verlander getting traded. Well, I will tell you what I think. It was a dumb fucking move from the beginning. You're paying how old is he, 48?
He was like 41 or something. I mean, I remember you being kind of happy about them getting all those pieces in the offseason. Was I wrong?
Yeah, well, I was like, all right, this guy just won a freaking World Series, and he was basically the MVP, and Kate Upton's really hot.
Oh, yeah.
And she's going to come, see a couple games at Citi Field and with those big old biddies. But then, things started falling apart, and we're basically shoving him back to the Astros for whatever, crap prospects they give us, and we're probably paying half his salary. So we set the market high for him. We pay him half his salary and then shoving him back to the Astros. Brilliant.
One of the prospects you got, Drew Gilbert, is he was in the futures game. He did really well in high A, so it's probably the same thing as Scherzer. You're probably trading a lot and then getting someone like a Luis Angel Acuna where you hope he can be part of the future. I think that's what they're shooting for.
Here's the thing, right? We got rid of Jimenez for Lindor, which Lindor's okay, right?
Yep.
But it's Andres Jimenez. Like, he's a stud for Cleveland. You got rid of Rosario, who's, he's been okay. And then you've leveraged all these pieces. Yes, you have young players like Beatty and Alvarez, and Vientos is now coming up, but they're not fully developed. This basically signifies that the Mets, there's no quick rebuild here. There's no next year we're going to contend, right? Unless Cohen opens the checkbook again. But
I think he is.
He's hemorrhaging money. Like, how many billions of dollars can he continue to spend? Which, I guess, as a fan, I don't care. It's not my money. Go ahead. Spend that money. But at the same time, this optically looks so bad for the Mets in a season where you had all this expectation. You had Scherzer locked up for at least 1 or 2 more years. Then you had Verlander. You signed him to, a 2-year deal.
Yep.
You let DeGrom go, which, not really a loss. But this ever since Edwin Diaz tore his ACL or whatever, celebrating on that field, it has been an absolute shit show for the Mets. And that's how it's going to continue all the way through the end of this season. And who knows what will happen in the offseason. So I am sad Met fan. You can post that drawing, POV, you're a Mets fan, all you want. I'm fucking pissed.
Yep. Quick question. Is this more painful than 92?
You're bringing up 92.
I mean, that's the comparison. Because you had a lot of expectations that year, too.
We did, and we actually had a much better team that year. That was the problem. But Saberhagen, much like Diaz, got hurt early that year. Bonilla couldn't hit. Frank Viola was garbage.
Vince Coleman
was on drugs. Yeah, Vince Coleman blew, through a firecracker or through a quarter stick of dynamite at a freaking kid. Like, it was the worst year ever. Anthony Young was our 5th starter, though. That'll tell you something. Like, he was the 5th starter that year. So, yeah, I would say this is on, in terms of, like, Citi Field on fire level dumpster fire. This is that high. But I don't think anything will ever compare to 92 because we had everything. We had Eddie Murray. We had Bobby Bonilla. We spent all this money, and we were terrible. This year is close, though. Pretty close. But we knew we had lineup issues going into the season. Losing Mark Canha, that hurts, too. Marte really hasn't been out there. Like, there's never been pieces of this team that I think would be, great. And that's why it goes back to Jimenez. Like, Jimenez would be a much better fit in this lineup than Lindor is because Lindor has turned into a 220 hitter who hits like 25 bombs. Like, you can't spend the kind of money that we spent on him for that.
Yep.
For that. So, there you go. You want a salty 5 Points Mets fan? Then you got it, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck you.
Absolutely. We'll talk later, too. I mean, they're going to want your reaction on the dumpster fire. There may be more trades coming. Apparently, like, Pete Alonso might be on the block, too.
No freaking way. They cannot let Alonso go.
I mean, that's what I'm hearing on the internet. It was like the Athletic MLB came out with a report that, like, guys after next year, like, contract expiring, might be up for game. So, be ready.
No, you don't spend the money that you did even temporarily for Verlander and Scherzer and not give it to Alonso when you even yourself said that you think he's going to continue to spend money. Of course he's going to continue to spend money.
Yeah, it depends how Epler thinks. I mean...
Do you think Ohtani moves?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. I don't think he moves. You let him...
Like, Ohtani's not moving. Like, the Angels have already come out and said they're not trading him.
Okay.
He would be an off-season move if that's the case.
Yeah, well, they get nothing for him, and you like it.
Yep.
But nothing. He's moving, for sure. He cannot be an Angel. But...
I mean, the only way he stays an Angel is if Anthony Rendon is moved. Like, that's the only way.
Yeah, well, how are you going to move him? He's damaged goods. He's not healthy.
You trade prospects and you throw money around. That's what you do.
I don't see it. All right, we'll talk tonight. Let's not waste all of our good material.
Absolutely. Well, if anything else happens, I will call you and disrupt your very busy workday of watching porn and jacking off.
I mean, that's a full-time job.
I mean, I get it. I mean, dude, it's the YouTuber life, man. You sit on a computer and you jack off. That's what we do.
That's what I do.
Yes, sir.
I'm buying it. Okay, I'm going to go back to jacking it.
Do what you got to do, man. We'll talk later. Bye.
Later.
That was resident Mets fan 5 Points Vids lamenting the state of his New York Mets, and I gotta do this for reality's sake. Low Mets is real, baby! We're trading Verlander, we're trading Scherzer, we're trading everyone we signed. Everything's going on fire like Citi Field a couple years ago. We're gonna bring back Yoenis Cespedes for 2 outfield prospects, and we're giving the money. Oh, baby, the raw salt is real, and Lil Mets is running wild like Hulkamania in the 80s. Let's do it, baby. Take us away while I piss away the tears of 5 Points. The sodium needs to go badly. God help us all. We have returned for low metting. It's like a reaction stream. The chair's in the background while the video plays. That's what happens when you gotta take a leak, man. This is the stupid juice we drink tonight. It's a Diet Wild Cherry Pepsi. I know, some incredible super juice. Oh, baby. Hassan stream. It's a live Hassan reaction. It's a live XQC reaction. I need to, like, get some food and just eat it while the video watches. Yeah, that's the content everyone comes for, right? And then I pause, like, every 5 seconds to be like, wow, I really didn't know that. And then you continue. That is apparently content these days. Ugh. Woo, baby. Daddy Steve's pockets hurt. Auction off the chair. Dude, I just bought this chair, man. I had a chair that busted. I had to throw it in the trash. I ain't auctioning that off. I have a few things I can auction off. A couple autographed items, like the Najee Harris helmet and TJ Watt helmet I got. There are a few other things I could probably do, too. I could do, like, the baseball bat I broke in Portland, Burlington. Oh, this song's actually perfect, because this is how the Mets fans feel about Steve Cohen right now. He has become the bad guy. He has definitely become the bad guy. James Carlisle, I audibly laugh every time I hear the culture. Oh, dude, the culture it's fantastic. I love the culture. Hold on. I think I have the soundbite. So, let me take a look here. Here we go.
The culture is actually damn good. The culture is actually damn good. The culture is actually damn good. The culture is actually damn good.
Oh, it's damn good. I didn't mean to play that 4 times. I meant to play it once. But call it my soundbite. The culture is damn good. I'm going to miss that quote. I don't know if I should put it in the sports ball theme, like, for this year, because, as I said, Dan Snyder's gone, Bruce Snyder's gone. It's no longer the culture. Like, the culture is not damn good anymore. The culture is just the culture now. It's not damn good. And the best part is, like, they were just talking about showing up early and just going to work, which is every football team in the history of football. I'm Mato. Oh, I remember when that first came out. This was after Jay Gruden got fired in 2019. And it was just the first time Bruce Allen had a press conference in a very long time. And I think it was J.P. Finley who mentioned that, who said that question because, you know, there was a lot of issues. You know, Trent Williams. Monte Nicholson was a little bit later. But, like, he was part of the culture being damn good. Like, the culture of a girl dying with a fentanyl overdose, not calling 911, dragging her into a hospital, and still playing. Yeah, the culture is damn good on that one. And they cut him after the season. He hasn't been in the NFL since. 901 chat. Oh, if I ever get canceled, and there's probably, you know, knowing the internet, you probably could. I hope that is played over me saying some stupid shit. That's all I say, because that would be perfect. It's like, oh, you've just been accused of, you know, just, I don't know, you were charged of hiring a secret Snapchat server? Here's my response.
The culture is actually damn good.
It's bad. The culture's bad. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm going to hell. Meech's Miners, are the Reds going to red anytime soon? Yeah, I mentioned that one. Crew Kid 52, Lol Mets is the meme, but it is a bit sucky when literally everyone predicted you to make the World Series and you buy into it because it all works on paper. Dude, I had them winning the division last couple years. So blame me for that, too. I had, I think, the Mets, the Padres, and the Cardinals winning their respective divisions, and they have all underachieved. This year has been very hard to predict because just a lot of crazy shit's happened. Nobody expected, I had Baltimore as a dark horse. I don't think I had them making the playoffs. I didn't expect the Reds to jump this high. I didn't expect Miami to be this good. I didn't expect San Fran to rebound. Arizona I had as a sleeper. I didn't think they'd be this good this early. I didn't think the Rangers would be anywhere near this good. And I didn't think the AL Central would be such a hot mess. A lot has been strange. Knew the season was a watch when Edwin snapped his tendon. I mean, we all knew that was rough, but I didn't think it would be this bad all around. Like, this is an everything problem for the Mets. It's not just we lack an elite closer, because David Robertson was pretty good for you guys. Ottavino was all right. Brooks Raley was all right. But otherwise, it's been shithouse. D. Perry, if I had a nickel for every time the Padres got fleeced by the Pirates at the deadline, while I was on the Bull, I'd have 2 nickels. The Frazier trade, yep. The Musgrove trade was more of a win-win because they did get David Bednar out of it and Andy Rodriguez. So it's worked out for both teams. Musgrove has been excellent for the Padres. I mean, for the Snell trade, I mean, he's been doing well there too. But it depends how Luis Patino does. Silver Coin 01, cash considerations for MVP. Everybody loves some good cash considerations, baby. Pittsburgh homie, urinating tree. Looks like the Pirates are ready to invest in farm system now for the long term. Getting big contracts off the books is major. Yes, it is. Very much so. They don't have much. I mean, they've been investing in the farm system for a couple of years. Like, they fired everyone in 19, blew it up over 19, 20, and 21, and now you're starting to see it. Ryan Clifford is the other prospect going the other way. He's not a fringe prospect. He's the number 4 prospect in their system. So the Mets did get a good return. Problem is, it's, you're waving the white flag on the year. I mean, Scherzer and Verlander are gone. Those were your 2 big rotation pieces, and they're probably going to... Yeah, Patino's been... Dylan Carlson to the Yankees. They're trading like Harrison Bader? I mean, depends. Like, Carlson's value's depressed. He was definitely a high-end prospect. Yeah, a lot of teams need starting pitchers, so I think, like, it depends. Tex Avery fan, auction off your computer. No. I have an older computer that I have an old laptop. So I'm not going to auction that off, but shit. If I do like one big auction, like I have a lot of old costumes from Clickbait, I'll donate it all to charity. Like, I'll probably do a proceeds. Like, I mean, we were talking about that in Clickbait for a long time. How we're just going to have one big auction of things and then proceeds go to a charity of undetermined choosing. Like, well probably... Like, say, I mean, Mario Lemieux Foundation I can do again. I can do a local food bank. I can do a couple charities I found out in Pittsburgh, too. So, the Underground Railroad Society, I think, is one of them. And then there are a few others, too, that I could do as well. So, that would be mainly for the future and just trying to figure out what happens from there. You Tree only fans, fuck no. No one wants to see this naked. Come on, you saw me at the Mets game. I was a fat sack of shit. No one wants to see me naked. No. The OnlyFans would probably be me drinking beer and scratching my ass sitting on a computer. That's what the OnlyFans would be. Ugh. Daniel Vogelbach is the Mets fan. Bring Dan Vogelbach back to the Pirates. The Mets hate Dan Vogelbach. We will take him back. We will treat him like the god he deserves to be. That's Dan Vogelbach. Tyler T.Y. Sutton, if you're the Braves, do you get a starting pitcher and maybe even a left fielder to platoon? Starting pitching should be relatively okay for the Braves. If it's like the Braves, you need depth more than anything. So left fielder for platoon, I mean, Michael Harris is still pretty solid. I think they'll keep him full time. They'll probably get like an extra outfielder to help out as well. I mean, you do have Pilar, but you don't have much else otherwise. So I think they'll probably add an extra outfielder, like depth pieces. I think that's what they'll do. Vaughn Grissom's still in their minor league system too, by the way. And pitching, it mostly depends, like, you do have, like, depth rotation-wise, but it's probably could use a 4th starter. Probably not a major starter, but could use a 4th. But a lot of teams need starters, so that market's going to be grossly inflated. So you got to be careful about that. Unknown other than Justin Verlander, what moves do you think Houston needs to make to keep up with the Texas? Mostly just keep pace with what they are. They're going to need pieces back. Like Yordan's finally come back. Altuve, you need him to come back. A couple starting rotation pieces. It depends if Urquidy and McCullers come back. Once they come back, they'll be fine. They'll probably be getting depth. I think that's the thing. Yeah, Dylan Cease and Mitch Keller are going to be the big pieces. They're going to have to give up a lot for either or. Like, I won't be happy giving up Mitch Keller, but it depends on the return. Like, if you're getting, like, Kjerstad, DL Hall, and maybe 2 other prospects, fine by me. But for the most part, it's going to take a lot. Yeah, Dylan Cease is going to be the big target. I think Dylan Cease is still under control as well. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, because he's doing well. Well, yeah, earliest free agent's 2026, so he's got 3 years left of arbitration. So, as I said, it's, yeah, it takes every fan. What's up? Yeah, Nighthound deadline is at 6. I thought it was 3. But so far, it's been pretty good. We did get to see some salty Mets fans. Actually, the one I want to see is Frank the Tank Fleming. Oh, Frank Fleming. Oh, is he falling to shit now? Let's take a look at old Frank the Tank. The legendary Mets fan himself. I know a lot of people are kind of like, you know, hot and cold on Frank the Tank, but he is the representative of Mets fans. So that's why we talk about him. Nothing in return. Mets will never contend again, dude. He got like 2 prospects. He's already melting down. Frontier, okay, the deadline's a little slow. Yeah, I mean, it is. Facial fractures for Taylor Ward. Ooh, that hurts. I want my brick. Yep, that's about what I expected. Yep, and then 5 points with the salt. Ooh, how's a lot of salt for Verlander. Let's take a look at all this salt. It's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful. Mike Francesca guaranteed that they would still be with the Mets. Oh, Mike Francesca, another massive jinx. Well, hold on. Let's turn this down for a bit. I want to see how Mike Francesa responds.
Scherzer's sitting on $40 million a year. Verlander's sitting on $43 million a year, guaranteed. And you think those players aren't going to take player options? They're not getting their money anywhere else. They're going nowhere. They're both on the team next year.
Yeah, another successful Mike Francesa jinx. It's beautiful. And now it's finally muted. It's beautiful. Mike got some words out before falling asleep. I'm actually surprised Mike Francesa's still around. I thought he retired. Because I know he did retire, but a lot of salt around. Justin Verlander for Drew Gilbert and Ryan Clifford. The deal is officially done. That's the main trade right now. I didn't realize it was already 3:46, but hour and a half into this random shit show of a stream. Well, let's see if Lorenzen actually goes to the Phillies. Adrian 88, was that sarcasm? Yep, looks like Phillies are getting Michael Lorenzen. The Tigers have done something. Apparently, the deal is almost complete. Let's see where this deal is. Yep, John Morosi is saying the Tigers are close to trading Michael Lorenzen to the Phillies. Hao Yu Lee is part of the proposed return going to Detroit. So Michael Lorenzen's actually had a really solid year. Plus, he's a really good pitcher, hitting pitcher too. Lefty Lorenzen too. Yep, Michael Lorenzen, 358, yeah, all-star. He's actually been really strong, but he's actually a starter now too, so Dave Dombrowski's made his move. You had your questions about that, and the Detroit Tigers made their move too. So there's another question for you answered for now. Yep, Sonoy, it ends at 6 p.m. Eastern. So I've got about 2.5 hours left of deadline time. P-Baseball, I hope the Pirates do something. They did do something. They got some magic beans from San Diego and Milwaukee. Maybe they'll sprout, and we can trade them in 5 years for more magic beans. Yeah, 327. Yeah, it's 327, and they said it was 347. Let's keep going here. Oh, I'm already falling apart. Matthew Bear, I want hockey back. I hate being a Mets fan. What? So the New York Rangers can say no quit in New York and then quit in games 5 and 7? And the Islanders can have Lou Lamoriello just, do random moves and sign guys to 7-year deals? I'm sorry I had to do that. Rivalry. I get it. Aqua Gamer Sean Shanley wasn't going to super chat again, but I got it. What if instead of greatest game, we get a week 1 injury bowl where the Steelers are forced into tank bowl status? Dude, this city would maul if that happens. It would be rough. Joseph Nahari in 1992 was an awful year for both 5 and Trees baseball teams for entirely different reasons. Pirates fans can attest. Oh, yeah. Blown 3-1 series lead that 9th inning. I was way too young to remember it, but it was bad. And then when I first started following baseball, Pirates were shit. So have fun with that. Alan Nadeau III, if Boston does nothing or does some BS, I'd be more than happy to jump on the dumpster fire and crap on them for it. Screw this team and screw ownership. Oh, dude, we're going to get a lot of salt from Mr. 5 Points right now. Oh, he was fuming those last couple minutes. So if the only thing that will make this worse is if they do trade Pete Alonso. If they trade him, oh, no hands down, we are calling that guy again. Westwash 97 follow-up. Why sell after a normal 7-19 June? I don't know, because that's what happens. It's just things go to shit. Things do go to shit. Because the Mets happen. Because that's what happens. Like, they always fall apart in June. It's a strange feeling. Kenneth Butler is a Phillies fan. Lowell Mets make me endlessly happy. And Michael Lorenzen is apparently almost going to the Phillies. But time will tell there. Let's see. Isaiah Connor Falefa. Oh, Chris Kirschner. Let's take a look here. Big news from Chris Kirschner from Isaiah Kiner Falefa on the Mets, if I can find a piece here. We really haven't helped our case. We've tried to play better, but we haven't. We put the front office in a weird spot, so whatever they do, it's on us. Nothing we can really do about it. Yeah, well, Aaron Judge's injury does that too. If we take a look at our friends, the New York Yankees, who are, I wish I could be that pissy about a team over 500. Just saying. Sky's not really falling yet. Kind of like Giancarlo is, he can hit for power, but having trouble. Aaron Judge is the only one that's hitting on this team. Rizzo's had like a big home run drought for a while. Gleyber Torres hasn't been the same. Volpe isn't ready yet. He's still, getting the Kings out. DJ LeMahieu hasn't been the same. So it's, I think they finally got Rodon back, and he hasn't been the same. He's been kind of messy. Luis Severino's been, he's been bad. It's the Garrett Cole and Aaron Judge show. That is what the New York Yankees are. Ooh, baby. And I see you, Chris Hufford. I see you, man. Thank you, brother. I'll get the Jeebus cross out when I get to you. 334 Outdoors for 5. Have the Braves done anything other than show the Mets you have to build the team, not buy it? Well, it depends. I mean, Liberty Media has been surprisingly smart with a lot of their moves. So 3 cheers for them. They have their core locked up for a very long time. They do have a World Series. And they have more weapons on the way. So, very possible they could. Coach Peel Basketball, you have to keep the culture soundbite from Bruce Allen. It's not sports ball without it. I was kind of thinking about it too because once again, it's not the same. It's not the same because Dan Snyder's not there. It's very sad. Red Rhino 49, U.S. Women's National Team celebrated a tie while looking bad and got saved by the goalpost. Even as a U.S. soccer fan, I wanted them eliminated, dude. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I wanted them eliminated in 2019. They talked a lot of shit that year. And I think, to be honest with you, I think the entire women's soccer team world wants them eliminated. They are arrogant. Like, it's not even that they're, like, graceful in, like, victory. They just, like, they gloat about it. And it's like, it's just a really bad look. At least to me. Prowlin 6443, what did Minnesota need to do to get the win back in their game? A playoff win, a playoff series win. Please treat Spencer. A playoff win. They have 18 consecutive playoffs losses. When they get a win in a playoff game, they will get their win back. They will no longer be the T's. Jordan Ramirez, can the Tigers consider this year a step forward for the rebuild with improvements from Green, Toronto, and the pitching staff? Yeah. I mean, there was nowhere to go but up after last year. Like, last year was a mess. But, yes, the Mets are continuing to sell from John Heyman. Pham, Rayleigh are being discussed. Omar Narvaez could go as well. Tommy Pham is another piece that could go. Won't get much. Brooks Raley's another. So there will be more selling. Verlander and Scherzer are already gone. And there will be more selling on the way. It will be beautiful. The adjoining DED, I've been saying clickbait sports Mario Kart charity stream for a while, but it's not really sports related. I've heard about that. You mentioned that for a while. That would be fun, but it would just be like, it would create a lot of hatred. It would be a lot of anger. Like, I would want just people beating the shit out of if I lose. I'd be like, I'm kind of a sore loser. Ooh, Tim LaCastro going to the Padres. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yep, and the Lorenzen deal is official. Michael Lorenzen is going to the Philadelphia Phillies. Dave Dombrowski has done his thing. If I can find where my damn thing is. I'm totally doing this for fun, right? Yeah, totally. Too many things. Yep, Jeff Passan is confirmed. Passan has officially confirmed the Philadelphia Phillies are in agreement on a trade to acquire right-handed starter Michael Lorenzen from the Detroit Tigers. Common Phillies L. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's an L. Like, Lorenzen's been really good this year. Sorry, I thought it was kind of loud in my ear. But yes, Dylan Carlson, Clark Schmidt, St. Louis, New York Yankees deal. We'll see. Lane Thomas is staying in, like, D.C. So Lane Thomas isn't really doing much. But if the Mets trade Alonso, where do you think he'll go? Probably someone who needs a first baseman. It depends, like, if somebody wants to throw up. Ooh, Perna streaming today. Is he going to be really pissy about the Rockies? Or is it just... I think it may be more about the Denver Broncos losing all their wide receivers. Tim Patrick out for the year with a torn Achilles again. And you also have to consider KJ Hamler is a heart issue. He might be out for the season too. He's on waivers. Does anyone have gum for 5? New punishment for Mr. 5 Points. LOL in Mets font on his beautiful shiny forehead. Dude, someone edit that. Oh, dude, I wish I were free. I could edit that right now. That gives me an idea. That gives me an idea. I think it's time for a brainstorm, kids. I think it's time. Let's see. I want to do the LOL. I want to experience LOL Mets with our friend 5 Points. I'm going to use my handy dandy editor and do some magic because 5 Points Vids needs to have the magic happen. I think I have the POV Mets fan. Let's see if I got it. Do I have point of view? You're a Mets fan? I do not. Yes. Yes. Meet the Mets 2021. Do I have it? Come on, come on. I'm sorry you have to hear this right now. I'm just trying to do madness. I'm trying to get low Mets to be a reality. I think I have the low Mets. Come on. I know you love it. Oh, by the way, Daijobu for 5. Can't wait to see my Rockies with the worst record in franchise history and a new second act of Magic Beads. At least we didn't lose a Hall of Fame third baseman this time. Not to mention, you didn't not just do that. You also didn't have to pay $15 million to get rid of him. And you said you'd have a 500 record this year. And I know this from the mid-2000s Pirates. When you say you're going to be competitive, have a 500 record, that means you're going to be dog shit. Where's Lowell Mets? Where's Lowell Mets? Come on. Come on. Give me Lowell Mets. Give me Lowell Mets. I want Lowell Mets. If I don't, it's not a big deal, but I want Lowell Mets. I don't think I do. Let's get some low Mets here. Low Mets, yes. Perfect. Perfect. This is the stuff I'm looking for. There's a low Mets, Mets, low. Would you rather have this or this? Honestly, I think this fits better. Oh, thank God it's a JPEG, not a fucking WebP. Dude, if it were a WebP, I'd have been pissed. Now you see what I'm doing. I'm doing the low Mets. Low Mets will be eternal. And it will be the saddest Photoshop you will ever see in your life. Just burning a little time before the 6 p.m. deadline. Yep, the logo variant, as I mentioned. Let me have low Mets. Low Mets. This is good thinking music, especially for low Mets. I gotta get the X and Y axis correct to make sure that low Mets does reign supreme. See, this is thinking man's music. I think I have a creative storm, kids. This is what happens when I shitpost. They get like really intense, and it's like a weird reasons, and it just it goes crazy. If I could be a rich man. Oh, chroma key. Give me the chroma key. It kind of works with the chroma key. So you know what? I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Let's go into the old paint. And then we can save it. And I will show you the beautiful picture I drew in art class today. Mrs. Smith, look what I drew. It's literally me pasting some stupid shit on a meme. I'm making a meme on top of a meme on top of a meme. Does that get me an A on my report card? No, it actually gets me an F. But at the same time, it's what you do. It is what you do, and it is how we roll here, son. Are you ready for my piss poor Photoshop, kids? I'm using my video editing software, so it's pretty bad. It's gonna be so bad, kids. Dude, it's gonna be so bad, and you're gonna wonder, why did you spend the last 5 minutes doing this shit? And MLB TV is just talking about the Josh Hader trade from the last deadline. C-? Dude, C- is too, it's too beneficial. Too lenient. It should be like an F-. I think that's what it should be. And now I'm losing my mind. I've lost, Look how bad this is. The big old lol. It's chopped to hell, so you have a little bit of the Mets there, but you have the big lol in the baseball. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, baby. Beautifully bad. Any update? Yep, Hao Yu Lee is the one return. Let's look up Hao Yu Lee. No, let me search. E for excellent, F-. Yeah, Hao Yu Lee, he's doing really well in high A. He's more of a future option. It's so bad, it's good. Yeah, it's bad, dude. It's bad. But that's the point. The Mets are bad, so you can say it's ironic art. That the Mets are so bad that they don't deserve anything good with what they do. It's not always about who wins the deadline of the World Series. It's about clowning on the Mets every single year you spend on Earth. Yep. Minnesotan Lights. Local radio is talking about the Minnesota Slam where all 4 teams win in the first round in 1 year. That's going to be a while, man. I mean, if you get the Minnesota Slam, I mean, the T-Wolves are on a cold streak. I mean, they win a play-in game, you've won something. Vikings can win a wild-card game. T's, you'll have to win a playoff game. And then the Minnesota Wild, you could probably win a series, maybe 2 games there. Chris Hufford, I am late. I'm sorry, brother. Praise the Jeebus. Praise the Chaos Gods, and praise the Lil Mets. For 50 bones, Colorado Rockies' legacy of failure with Perna. Does Perna know much about the Rockies? I think it's too early to do the Rockies, though. They've only been around for 30 years. Give it another 10 to 20 years, they will be ready. But the Rockies are just depressing failure. That's what the Rockies are. Oof. Yeah, Neil, that's Dave Dombrowski, though. Lee is a top 5 prospect, but at the same time, Dombrowski loves going all in. And you have to remember, they made the World Series last year. They think they're close. And if they think Michael Lorenzen's going to be the piece that gets them over the top, they're going to do it. Richard Lee, I love how the MLB deadline is like hockey now. Yeah, I mean, it's fun. It's enjoyable. I mean, I thought it was going to be pretty slow by doing it this early, but at the same time, I think it's been all right so far. Like, it's been, we've had some moments. We've had some content. And then we had the chair and the live reaction of me doing nothing. It was a beautiful time. Jets, Mets for 5. I get trading all the older players. Trading Pete makes 0 sense. Mets is an endless pain, so how long till the Jets disappoint me? It's just a rumor, but it's possible. So brace yourselves if it does happen. Weather chart, I suggest you replace the culture soundbite for Kirk Cousins' you like that soundbite. Maybe the one in the New Orleans game where he says you like that and you have the cheer. That could be interesting for the end. I think the big one now is, that's not what he wanted to cook. That one by Patrick Starr. It's brilliant. I mean, it's just so innocent and it's perfect at the same time. Like, we were missing a good meme until that point. The adjoining DED for 5 bones. I remember watching your Fall Guys video in 2020. Wouldn't be surprised if that vid got demonetized instantly. That's what happens when you don't have much content and sports going on and you're trying to branch out. And, not my greatest moment. I mean, I enjoyed doing it, but it wasn't the same. Chris Hufford, probably a hot take, but it seems Mets fans are worse than Yankees fans. Oh, before I forget, one more Jeebus Cross. Praise to Jeebus Cross. Hallelujah. Love us all. And you're talking about Yankees fans. At least the Yankees have success to go off of. Mets fans seem to have that little brother syndrome and can be annoying with it. That's every team, though. But have you seen the Yankees, how insufferable they've been for being 5 games over 500? I mean, it's bad. Like, you're like the Penguins if you're a Yankees fan. Like, you are going to get no sympathy for your bullshit. Just the way it is. Ooh, did the Orioles trade? The Orioles have traded. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it a minor league trade? Is it a small trade? Is it a big trade? Is it a trade? Let's see. Ooh, Bob Nightingale. With a big piece of news we have to load. It's the money going to our friends in the Houston Astros. The New York Mets are sending the Astros about $54 million. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh, right in the veins. Oh, baby. $54 million. If Verlander's $35 million option in 2025 million becomes vested, Verlander is owed about $93 million, meaning the Astros would pay Verlander about $29 million for 2 1/3 years. Holy shit! $54 million. Oh God! Sorry. I have to do the little Mets. I should have waited. God damn it! Fuck. Fuck's sake, $54 million. So, yeah, how much are they paying for Scherzer? Is it $25 million? Hold on. Mets are paying $35 million over 14 months and $54 million. The New York Mets are paying almost $90 million. $90 million. Dude, let me check something real quick. Because I think they're higher than 5 different salaries. Let's take up Sport Track and the MLB salaries. Dude, I need to see this. Because if they're paying $90 million, they're making more payroll than 5 different teams. Oh, dude. Team payrolls. No. Get out of the way, Boogie. I don't care. This is spank bank material, baby. This is the kind of shit that you pay a shitload for. Come on. So you're paying $90 million. And you are almost paying as much as the entire team salary for the Cleveland Guardians. You're paying more. Okay. Are we back? I think we're back. Sorry about that. I accidentally knocked a button down on my internet and it disconnected. But we are back. We have returned. And I need to share my knowledge. I thank God I tried to shitpost, but I thought my computer was kind of derping. But my issue is this. My internet, like my router, is underneath my desk. So what happens is when I accidentally kick like the plug outlet, it disconnects the router itself. So there's the issue. So I will share with you what I learned in class. Yeah, it's underneath my desk because it was the way the house was built. Strange. Here's what I need to say. I was meant to say they are paying as much as Cleveland's entire payroll. $90 million. $90 million. Oh, shit. That's why I fell to shit. Let's see. A big trade for the Orioles. A Logan Reinhart for Eduardo Bazardo. Minor league deal. Let's go. Teoscar Hernandez is drawing interest from at least half a dozen teams. So Teoscar Hernandez could be there. Dylan Carlson is the rumor. Oh, baby. Tommy Pham is rumored to the Phillies. National writers breaking all the Verlander news. Oh, local beat writers Tyler McGill and David Peterson will take Verlander and Scherzer spots. Oh, dude, if you've seen Tyler McGill and David Peterson play this year, oh, you are in for hell, New York. Oh, shit. Oh. Eduardo Rodriguez and Jack Flaherty have strong markets. If there's loads, yep. Eduardo Rodriguez, Jack Flaherty, they have strong markets. They could be gone. Flaherty does have upside. He has had issues the last couple years with injuries. Then the Dodgers, Braves, Reds, Orioles, Marlins, and D-backs. The Orioles, I think, need to make a move. It depends who they do. Well, Stassi and Walsh might be traded. That makes sense, Marco, because Max Stassi is, because Jared Walsh has had issues. He has neuro issues, unfortunately. So, like, he's in the minors right now. So, he'd probably be a dump-off, unfortunately. Beast of Metal 1989. Happy MLB Deadline Day. Now, a preview of my opinion on recent shenanigans in another league. You hunched and blinded mutants / living on TikTok. You masturbated on the sheets. Your mother's clean for you. Oh, rough. Robert Coogan, Astros bot better, can't even be mad. Yep, I say so. Carson McNitt for 2 bones, thank you. And Tufty Boy for 10. As a Mets fan living in Pittsburgh with the Pirates being my second favorite team, I gotta say my existence is pain. Please pour an icy beer out for my happiness, dude. This is not an icy light, but I will drink to your pain. There's nothing in this, but that is unfortunately the amount of tears that Mets fans have right now. It is all drained because a Mets fan's existence is nothing but misery and pain. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, wild cherry Diet wild cherry Pepsi. Diet wild cherry Pepsi. Nathaniel Hackett, IBM, Cameron Magruder. Who's winning the college football national championship? Obviously not Florida, Mr. Scooter Magruder. Obviously not Florida. Any news from Jeff Passan or Rosenthal? Anything there? I doubt it, but let's see. Ooh, Joey Bart mentioned in the Giants trade talks, which is interesting because Joey Bart has not emerged. He'd probably be a backup. Yep, Joey Bart has been mentioned. Yep, I just saw that. Here's the update from John Morosi himself. If it loads quickly. Probably my computer's chugging right now. Joey Bart has been mentioned in Giants trade talks. The number 2 pick in the 2018 drafts could be moved in the next 2 hours. So, as I said, Joey Bart had a really disappointing season last year. And he's been beaten out by Patrick Bailey. So it definitely makes sense that Joey Bart would be traded off. Like, he had a starting gig last year. He tried to replace Posey. Didn't really work out. He had his moments, and then 23 was just... Yeah, he's on the bench. He's riding the pine right now. And Trey Mancini got DFA'd, so, yep. Mancini's probably going to... It'd be nice if he going back to Baltimore, but he does have a World Series ring. So, can't really complain that much. If you're Mancini. Plus, he overcame cancer, because fuck cancer. J.D. Davis, I mean, that's another great trade by the Mets, by the way. J.D. Davis came back to form, and then Darren Ruff got DFA'd. The adjoining dead. Whoever created WebP as a file format deserves a special place in Detroit. I absolutely agree. Because when I try to download a file and it says like WebP, it's like my heart dies. That means I actually have to get off my ass, do a snip and sketch, and then highlight it, and then save it as a JPEG. Nobody likes WebP. Like, does it even save data? Because I feel like more websites have just been eating more and more data as time goes on. It's a pain in the ass. Yep. Seawall traded Arizona for 5 guys. Ooh, is there a White Sox trade? Ooh. The Chicago White Sox are actually making a deal. Probably a minor deal, but we'll see. Big news on the Bo Bichette front as well. Just came out from Mitch Bannon. Per Schneider, Bo Bichette had an MRI last night. Revealed no significant structural damage, just inflammation. Day-to-day for now. Blue Jays dodged a massive bullet. Massive bullet. Dodged. WebP is annoying, Lowendy. It's very annoying. It sucks ass. It sucks so much ass, it may as well be called Alexis, Texas. I don't know. The legacy, keep the meme, because even though the Dan Snyder era is over, there will always be a team in any league that has culture that is really damn good. I mean, unfortunately, he was catching them on like Aguilar kind of fell off too, because, I mean, Aguilar did well with the Raiders and then did good. Minnesotan Lights, I mean lose, not win. I'm surprised about winning because it's like the Minnesotan lineup, Ralph. The adjoining dead, starting bid for your masterpiece, 100 for charity. I don't know about that, man. 100 ain't going for charity, brother. I mean, that ain't going for 100. I mean, if you were to sell that for $100, I'd be investigated by the IRS for tax evasion and tax fraud. That's what it would be. Nightingale should pay you $8 like you for editing. Yeah, I mean that's I didn't want to pay $8 for it, but unfortunately, it makes sense for editing tweets and adding different files. You could do bold and italics too. So that's the reason why I did it. I mean, if I make a couple bucks off it, whatever. I mean, but I might make like $2, but whatever. It's for the editing part, because there are always times where I'll do a mistake, I have to delete and then re-up it. That's the issue. I hate when they put paywall and shit. It's annoying, but I get it. Sturmhans, are the Brewers old enough for a legacy of failure? Oh yeah, I'm looking to do them. It's just the problem is they're like kind of in the middle, and it's hard to really gauge if they are falling off or not. Mr. 89, Sixers legacy of failure coming soon? No, they're not, because, I mean, they won a championship in the early 80s. They're only 40 years drought. They need a little more time. Walker James, half Jeebus. Praise to Jeebus. Can't have anything in Detroit. No. I mean, you had your championships, and then Mr. I died for our sins, and unfortunately, it's gone to hell. How is the news on Lorenzen? Anything about that? Yep. Joel Sherman remain in play for Tommy Pham. And Jason Stark, Michael Lorenzen, and Hao Yu Lee. It's a 1-for-1 deal. Nothing else happening just yet. But time will tell there. 4:06, 2 hours left before the trade deadline hits. And we all lose our damn mind. John Howard McDermott, legacy of failure for the Yankees? No, come on. No Yankees. Unknown bats. Colton Wong could be moved. Yeah, I mean, he's been a mess this year. You're not going to get much for him. Like, his batting average is like 175 and hitting with a 500 OPS. It's bad. It's like, he's a little better than me at the plate. Which, I mean, if I were in the major leagues, I would go 0 for 100 with about 105 strikeouts. I get extra strikeouts just because that's who I am. Boneless Pizza. As an Angels fan, I'm in pain. Why are you in pain? You're trying to go all in. Baseball's not dead. Stove is hot. Loving the stream. Lowell Mets, dude. The stove is very hot. It's going to get hotter in the next couple hours. The Luis Salea popping in late tree. I hope you enjoy more of San Diego's Magic Beans. Remember the Padres are guide to the Super Bowl. I just got buy tickets. I mean, too. They could make the World Series. They almost did last year. As long as you don't have a bunch of middle-aged Latino men going, Philly, back, Philly, back. Like, if they don't do that, they're fine. But otherwise, they're not good. Daniel Morales, hey, Tree. Going to see my Tigers take on the Rays at Comerica on Sunday. Have any chance to win? Who's pitching for that game for you? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at old Detroit's schedule. And who is starting? Well, if this will load. Let's take a look at your old schedule here. Who are the projected starters for Tampa Bay and Detroit? That will be the gauge. 140 game. Tarek Skubal and Tyler Glasnow. Ooh. It's actually a really solid pitching lineup. Depends how Glasnow pitches, to be honest with you. I mean, Skubal is really solid coming off an injury, but, I mean, you have a better chance than you think. I would say that. Skubal is really good. I don't know. I mean, I need to see how good he's been this year. He had a really good start against the A's. I mean, just a couple, like, hiccups in the road, but for the most part, I think he's been relatively decent. Just a few blow-ups, like Kansas City and Miami, but otherwise, like, San Fran, he pitched lights out. So I think he'll do okay. Knock on wood. Cheesehead Joey, does Jim Irsay take place as the worst owner in the NFL? In my opinion, it's between him and Stan Kroenke with the Rams. Jimmy Haslam. Jimmy Haslam is the answer. Beckett Cox for 2 bones. Are you surprised that Kutch didn't get traded? I mean, Kutch didn't get traded because, I mean, I think there's like a unwritten guarantee that him and the Pirates are staying together. Like, he's the face of the franchise. They're not trading him or else the Inzers are going to riot and nobody shows up to the games. That's what's going to happen. And he is coming back from injury. That's the thing, too. Like, he's shown flashes. He'll pitch like 5 innings. Like, he's not ready to throw 6 or 7 yet. He's got to get his stamina out. And bad Mets players always get better once they leave. Nothing new there, sir. Video idea comparing the 92 Mets versus the 2023 Mets. I saw this mess coming. I mean, we were all hoping it wasn't going to happen, but, Lowell Mets does reign eternal. Eli Arbiza, Donald Sterling, next legacy of failure. Ooh. I know SB Nation did a good one on them a while ago. I think it would have to be on the Clippers as a whole. Because I think they're about due. I want to do the Canucks. The Canucks are definitely way overdue for a legacy of failure. Ooh, big news. Andrew Chafin going to Milwaukee. We have a trade, folks. We have a trade. A reliever pitcher, Andrew Chafin, is going to Milwaukee. I feel like it would be better if it was pronounced Chafin, but it's, we can't have anything cool, so it's Chafin. Relatively decent. Arizona Diamondbacks. This is probably the Paul Sewell trade to flip out, so Chafin going to the Milwaukee Brewers. Depth pitching. Brewers need depth. The Arizona Diamondbacks have an extra spot in the bullpen that has been taken by Paul Sewell. So, they throw there. Oakland A's. Oh, yeah, he was really good in 2021. He was back home with Arizona, and now he's on the road again. Very sad. probably a prospect coming in there, too. Haunted Serenade. If the Dolphins don't win the Super Bowl this year, do you plan on doing a half-century of failure video? Jets first. I am way overdue on the Jets, too. They are definitely in need of a legacy, half-century of failure. Like, it's been bad for them, man. There's a lot of drama there, too. Eli Schumann, legacy of failure for the Padres. They've been in the league for enough time. I'm waiting on their window to fall before I start there. Because they're in the middle of a World Series window right now. If they don't win, then you go. But otherwise, if you do in the middle of the window, it's going to be seen as a jinx. They're going to win the World Series, and I'm going to be forced to eat shit. That's why. It's self-preservation. That's why I don't do the Padres. Well, alongside, Chafin to the Brewers makes sense because they don't have much bullpen depth. That's why the Brewers are, like, picking up Chafin. I think, like, maybe there's a prospect coming the other way. Because, like, you do have a few pieces, like, your top four, Strzelecki, but, like, after that, it gets kind of lean. Like, McGill, Wilson, but, I mean, Matt Bush flopped. I think this is Matt Bush and an Eric Lauer replacement. That's why you're doing it. Tehran's on the IL, Miley's on the IL. That's why they're doing this. They're trying to get depth. That's why they're getting Chafin. Owen Donahue, opinion on the Candelario trade. Good trade for Chicago. I mean, Candelario has been very good. I think it'll be a good piece to add them. Cash considerations to the Mets. Remember when we were mentioning earlier that they were going to give Verlander like $25 million and they'll get like $2? Maybe they're getting $2 as well. Cash considerations. Oh. Might just be cash. It's kind of worthless. Nothing wrong with cash, baby. There's absolutely nothing wrong with some cash. Yep, Ken Rosenthal has confirmed Andrew Chafin from the D-backs to the Brew Crew. Nothing else so yet. Yep, Connor, I did see that. Phillies are trading for Michael Lorenzen. Robert Coogan, I mean, Padres are still trying to think they can go all in, even though they're a couple games under 500. Like, AJ Preller knows his ass is grass. But the question is, do you trade Hader or do you trade Soto? Do you think you can do it? I feel like they're going to try because, I mean, like, the Padres owner has been desperate to win. He's been throwing a lot of money around. Plus, they've lost their RSN deal. You have to consider that too. D-backs lost it too. The Mets aren't the Nets anymore. The Knicks are actually better. Ugh. Yep, Chafin there. Gadzooks, let's look at all the great trades that the first place Orioles and Reds have made. What do you mean Sam Moe is the only person these two teams have acquired? They're still young. I think there's still a little time. If they don't do anything in the next 2 hours, there's a problem. Oh, Blake Snell might be a rumor too. Yeah, I mean, Blake Snell will get you a big return, but the question is, I think they're going to go for it. Even though if they don't make the playoffs, like, they threw a lot of money around. I think they'll do that. Yeah, MX Chump. The thing with the Padres, their pitching has been excellent. Their defense has been excellent. They just can't hit in the clutch. Like, it is the strangest thing. Like, for whatever reason, like, they should be a lot better than what they are. They have a plus 62 run differential. Yet, for whatever reason, they can't win close games. Like, they lose in the clutch. They have players that just are randomly falling apart. Like, the only one really struggling pitching-wise is Yu Darvish, and he hasn't really been struggling. Like, they have 4 guys that can just roll. Waka's been excellent. Their bullpen's been solid. Like, it's just, it is a very strange revelation. Like, it doesn't make any sense. That's the problem. Yeah, Noah Osterhus, Fujinami is another, but Fujinami's more a bullpen piece to add for middle depth. The adjoining DED top 5 best and worst sodas. Oof. I'm going to be honest with you. Hot take time. Orange soda is overrated. Like, it's okay, but it's overrated. Fight me. I'm not a big fan of orange soda. Like, I'll drink it if it's there, but it's not my cup of tea. Yeah, Brian Chua, like, Darvish hasn't been Darvish, but he's still, like, he's kind of there. It is what it is. Like, the Padres are at least getting good attendance because, I mean, there was a lot of hype surrounding that team. Ooh. Kyle Dyer, New York Mets, the Scuderia Ferrari of MLB. Ooh. Dude, don't bray that word to F1 fans. Like, Ferrari will be, they'll be getting shit on. Eduardo Escobar traded to Padres. We'll see. Like, well, that's your mistake. You think orange soda is teas, yeah. Like, the thing is, like, if you have orange soda with vanilla ice cream, it tastes like a creamsicle, but you can only have that every once in a while. Sunoi Nandi, the Padres aren't the Mets of the NL West yet because they aren't selling. And they have won a series. Actually, 2. Jared Warren, you take that shit back. Cherry-flavored soda is fucking awesome. Vanilla-flavored soda is fucking awesome. I will fight you. Them fighting words, man. I'm not happy about that. Jared Warren, this is war. I think you did that just to hurt me. You know, just for that, I'm going to get a cherry drink. Because, to rub it in your face. I'll be right back. Chair, cover for me. Do a reaction to a video. See how pissy I get? See how pissy I get here? Cherry soda. Diet. This is for you, Jared Warren. This is for you. You think it's overrated? I give you hell. It's tasty. It's tasty. Why is there an ad in the right corner with your face on it? Hold on. Oh, it was there. I don't think that was me. I think they target local markets. So Coons is a local grocery store chain. It has really good meat. Their produce is, it's okay. But their meat is really good. $5 million for the chair. Hey, Nicholas K. Diet Dr. Pepper's really good. Their cream soda's surprisingly good. The strawberries and cream isn't bad either. Their cherry Dr. Pepper's really good too. Like the flavored Diet Dr. Peppers, they actually taste like real Dr. Pepper. It's a strange phenomenon. Tobias, the Red Sox, the only trade they made, I believe, was Kike Hernandez back to the Dodgers. And that was a couple days ago. But I'm surprised. I mean, this is why I call them mid. We want the chair. My YouTube name, I've never really had cheer wine. I feel like it might get a little too sweet for my taste buds, but that's just me. Sean Pinkerton, pitch clock been good for MLB in its rookie year. So far, I'm hearing no complaints. I mean, makes games go quicker, so I think the major downside is just like I feel like come playoff time, especially with how a lot of playoff games are, I feel like the added time between pitches adds to the tension. But that's just me. So I feel like with it'll make games more streamlined, but I kind of like that with playoff baseball. It was more like tense, and regular games were a bit more relaxing. That's just me. Bao, the god of dumplings. Would you do a video on the O's rebuild like you did for the Finns rebuild? Not bad. I could. Actually, it's not a bad idea. And the problem is, when I started doing one on the Dolphins rebuild, they go to shit. So, this is what happens. Like, I did one for the Islanders and the Dolphins, positive ones, and I jinxed them too. So I'm worried about doing that with the Orioles as well. Unknown beats. I'm probably going to do the Immaculate Grid too. I haven't done the Immaculate Grid yet. I'll do Puck Doku as well. Because I'll have, like, the chat, like, off. So I won't be disturbed or cheating. I'll probably... it'll probably have, like, some really obscure stuff that I'll fail at baseball. Probably get, like, 4 or 5 out of 9. And they say I won't know ball, which, I mean, it's understandable. Bach, I mean, maybe I'll do a bit on the Pistons. They've had development issues, especially. I mean, they tried going after Blake Griffin, failed miserably. And for the most part, just there. 300 trillion? Dude, I wish I got 300 trillion. Yep, Austin Hedges is heading out of Pitt. Oh, that's shocking. We can actually play Henry Davis at catcher now. Because you have Davis and Andy Rodriguez. Like, Austin Hedges, he's a backup catcher. Like, great defensively, can't hit with a lick. I love Tree's chair, but not at that price. Yeah, Austin Hedges, I'm not surprised by. Rumored to be traded. Orioles tragic. Sorry, I got to do the half Jeebus cross. Hallelujah. Praise the half Jeebus. The Orioles making 0 moves at the deadline is vintage Angelos. The farm is too good not to use it for at least one big trade. Also, the Camden Yards lease is still up at the end of the year. By the way, great job on the Dan Snyder vid. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Can't really say that until 2 hours. If it comes out that the Orioles have not made any moves, excuse me, then you can go out. But for the most part, it does come a little concerned. The only move you made is Shintaro Fujinami, and that's depth. Unless they're trying to say something like, oh, the prospects and returning players are considered trade deadline ads. That's the only thing I can think of. At least there. Little Andy, hey Tree, when the next video about Nona, like the ones you made about Hugh Culverhouse and March Shot. There are a few ideas there. I gotta find like the right like footage though. Ted Stepien would be a really good one. Howard Brayman would be a really good one. Because he had a lot of shit happen during his time. John Spano, Ken Behring. Ken Behring's one I want to do. Eli Arbiza, why don't you do NBA Legacy of Failure video? So many teams. Clippers were on the radar for a long time. I know Mike Gorzemba did one in 2017. That's why I didn't want to touch it for a bit. But now that, you know, the Paul George and Kawhi era is starting to come to a close, or it hasn't been as good as advertised, I was waiting for that. Because once that window ends, then it's time to strike. Leaf Upstack. Ken Behring was the owner of the Seattle Seahawks at one time. Nearly moved them to Los Angeles in the mid-1990s. Had the entire team headquarters moved down there. And then the NFL said, fuck your shit, get back to Seattle. And then he was a public enemy in Seattle for a long time. That's Ken Behring. Look up that story. It's wild. Tex Avery fan, my chair's been auctioned for Infinity. I don't know about Infinity, man. I mean, that means I'm getting nothing. Infinity $1 billion means I'm getting nothing. I mean, that's how much the NFL fines Clay Matthews every time there's a roughing the passer hit. An Infinity $1 billion. The enjoining DED, we need to get rid of the stupid runner on second rule. It was dumb when they implemented it, and it will always be dumb. I mean, they do. They're never going to do it, though. They should do it after like 12 or 13 if you're really that big, but it's like it's a gimmick. I'd rather have ties, but that's just me. And John BDA4, I love coming here. Whom among us hasn't stormed out of the room to come back and prove the bros wrong for a beverage? $8 for Bird app. Yeah, I mean, dude. Hey, look. I gotta get my pride, right? Somebody says cherry soda's overrated, I'm gonna come back with cherry soda. You throw shit at me, I'm gonna throw it right back at you. Even if it's something small like that. Like, that is a personal offense to me. Oh. Ugh. Whew. Mahmoud Farhood, hey Tree, love your video so far. Real talk, I loved your video on the running back struggle. Should a running back who has been productive for his team be paid less than a quarterback who had only had one good year thanks to said running back? In an ideal world, that wouldn't be the case, but the problem is the NFL is such a quarterback-centric league that the market for their services is significantly higher. Daniel Jones is not worth $40 million a year. You could not convince me of that for his life. He hasn't proven that he can throw deep. I mean, let's talk about his receivers, but Saquon was the engineer of that offense. That would be about me, but at the same time, like, Daniel Jones would have gotten a deal somewhere. I thought it would have been the Colts who would have signed Daniel Jones. That seems like the place he would have gone. Yep, Pirates are trading Austin Hedges in the next 90 minutes or so, but the destination is not yet known as 4 or 5 teams continue to talk. Ooh. I mean, you know what? Let's get a decent prospect for Austin Hedges. Ryan Sander, someone please take Jack Flaherty. Dude, he'll be good again once he leaves St. Louis. Just you watch. Ohio Brush Baby. Hey, Tree, if you haven't already, give a Guardians fan some false hope for the future. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, the prospect you got for Savale looks to be really good. So he could be a piece of your hitting core. That's all I'm saying. Maze the Great 757. Can you do a vid on Dollar Bill? No. Blackhawks half century of failure. That's the way to go. Because it was 60 to 2010. They finally won in 2010. And it's ironic how Rocky Wirtz passes before Connor Bedard his debuts, and Bill Wirtz dies before Patrick Kane and Taves' debut. It's a strange phenomenon. And Jared Russell, cherry soda sucks. I want that windmill back. Hey, Jared. Delicious. Suck my dick. There we go. Dan Young for 10. May I propose an owner for you to make on? Leonard Toss of the Eagles. He was drunk, a womanizer, had issue with the Philly mob, and due to his gambling, almost moved the Eagles to Phoenix. Yes, Hugh Culverhouse actually loaned him money at one time. So, yeah, he was a degenerate gambler. Like, he lent him money to pay off gambling debts. So, I do remember that name from the Culverhouse vid. Idea, Glenn Rivers' legacy of volatility. No, John Tortorella is the legacy of volatility. Mahmoud Farhood, by the way, how do you feel about the catcher interference calls? They're getting annoying. It's been annoying since the Posey rule because they realized the catcher, like, got injured and they tried to change the rules because of it. Now, you remember when you were a kid, like, Pete Rose used to just ram into catchers. Like, he would break their collarbones, he would break their backs, he would just, like, spear them, give them concussions, and nobody cared. Everyone was like, yeah, let's go! And then, like, nowadays, like, you accidentally touch them on the shoulder and it's like, it's considered Posey rule, and you're out. It's like, catchers can't play catcher. It's a strange feeling, man. Bow the God. Colin Thrash. Hey, Tree, I love your sports ball videos. I just woke up and saw Verlander was traded. What are your thoughts? Keep up the great work. I have the perfect example for this. I need to see something real quick. The New York Mets are paying the Astros about $54 million if Verlander's $35 million option becomes traded. The Astros are paying almost like $15 million a year for a former Cy Young winner last year. And just for reference, they're paying $90 million potentially to watch Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander pitch for the other teams. And they're paying as much. Wait, I don't want my tweet analytics. Get out of here. I want this. Give me that. There it is. $90 million. They're paying almost as much as Cleveland's entire payroll. That is hilarious. Ooh. Oh. It's gorgeous, baby. It's gorgeous. A modified Bobby Bonilla contract. Yeah, Frontier AK, yes, there is Doom music in the background. It's I have a shuffle of most music I played throughout the videos. So that's really there is to it. Yep. So Verlander, the Mets are throwing the white flag. That's what they are. And they're paying to get top prospects. Like Luis Angel Acuna, Drew Gilbert. Like those are the big ones. And Ryan Clifford is another one as well. Yankees fans, 0620, do you think the Bucks could get 2 top 100 prospects for Bednar? I don't know if I want to trade Bednar because the Inzers will riot around here. David Bednar is a good pitcher. But once again, it depends on the return for him and Keller. Those are the only way they will trade if it's a massive overpay. Because I think like they're part of that future core. I think that's it. Bow the God of Dumplings. Root beer will always be the GOAT. Root beer's not bad on occasion. But at the same time, it just gets like old to me like really quickly. So I could have like one, but I can't have a ton of it. It just gets like, Jared Russell, I was drinking orange soda when I brought that. Nobody likes orange soda. What are you, Kel from Keenan and Kel? Harry Manning, what do you think Shohei is going in free agency? Probably the Dodgers. Maybe the Mets if Daddy Steve wants to throw a lot of money and then Shohei will randomly get injured just because that's how the Mets roll. It's fucking weird like that. Beast of Metal, why do MLB teams never seem to trade draft picks? Because you can't trade draft picks. Draft picks are untradeable unless they are a competitive balance pick. Competitive balance picks are the only ones you can trade. Otherwise, you cannot trade draft picks. That's why they trade prospects or cash. Dibby156, hey U-Tree, is the NHL NBA draft 5-year review possible? You can't review an NHL draft in 5 years. It has to be 10, same as MLB. It takes 10 years to properly gauge those kind of drafts. NBA 5 years? Maybe. You can gauge that in 5 years, but I don't know enough about the NBA to really give it justice. That's the problem. I know with the NBA Finals vid, I got help writing that, so that's why I was able to do a good bit with it. And baseball's not dead. Brewers getting Santana, Kana, and Chafin. Reorganizing the deck chairs on the Titanic or 2021 Braves vibes. Depends. It depends how they perform. I mean, they need hitting. They need hitting bad. Kana, you need more than Kana to really come into form if you have any chance. Because that's been the issue of the Brewers for a long time. Lack of hitting. And Jackson Churio is close. He's not ready yet. That's really it. But in the meantime, we've got a little time. So you know what? Let's do an immaculate grid. Because everybody loves immaculate grids. You can see how little I know about this. Ooh, Seattle-Toronto, that's an easy one. Jose Cruz Jr. Actually, wait. Easy one. Mike Timlin. 0.4, baby. Let's go. Toronto and Milwaukee. Lyle Overbay. Also known as Lyle Overpaid. 30 stolen base season. Tony Fernandez. Houston, 30-plus stolen base season. Did Biggio get 30? Brian Hunter? No, I don't know if it was him. Who else? Oh, Michael Bourne. That's an easy one. Angels, 30-plus stolen base season. Ooh. Kinky. Angels, 30-plus stolen base season. Sean Figgins. Did he get 30? Okay, good. Angels in Milwaukee. Ooh. Moustakas is the easy one. I don't want to go easy, though. I'm a sadist. Jim Edmonds is another one. So that's another one that's there. By the way, I do not have my my YouTube chat up, so I am doing this solo for all the kids. All the kids are going to be fantastic. Carlos Lee. Angels, Milwaukee. I mean, it's got to be Moustakas, Edmonds. Ooh. Jim Abbott. Boom. Seattle and Anaheim. There are a bunch of different choices you can make here. Ooh. Sean Figgins is another one you could actually do here. Nobody wants to remember Sean Figgins in Seattle, though. Let's see here. Shigetoshi Hasegawa. There it is. Seattle, Houston. Ooh. I gotta think about this, because I want to get sadistic. Like, very sadistic. Brett Boone, I don't think played for Houston. Randy Johnson is the super easy one. Freddie Garcia, I don't think he... Did Freddie Garcia play for Houston? No, not Freddie. Freddie Garcia was a Pirate. I'm thinking Carlos Garcia. Did he play for Houston? I don't think he did. Because it's 99. He was traded in 97. Yeah, because Randy Johnson's too easy. I gotta do harder. Robbie Grossman didn't. Sorry, I'm losing focus here. Cliff Lee. Gene Segura. Haniger. There's probably like a super... Ken Giles. Boom. 51 rarity score. Eat it, bitches. For shits and giggles, hockey time. Oilers and Lightning. Oh, dude, there's so many examples I can do here. Anatoly Semenov. Eat it. Lightning Islanders. Ooh. Benoit Hogue. 50-plus assist season. Kubina get 50? I don't think so. There's always like one that's like out of nowhere. I usually have to go the early years. I don't know if Kontos got 50. Kontos didn't get 50. Hammerlick. Let's go Roman Hammerlick. I'm probably going to take an L on this one. Fuck, I did. Penguins 50-plus assist season. Ooh. Jean Pronovo. Let's go. St. Louis 50-plus assist season. Wayne Babbage. Damn it. Yeah, I think he had 50 goals, not 50 assists. Blues Islanders. Doug Waite. That's an easy one. I gotta go like old school. Pierre Turgeon. That's another real easy one. I gotta go like old school, Wayne Merrick. Did Wayne Merrick play for St. Louis? He did. Okay, good. Penguins Islanders. Ooh. Trottier, Fedotenko, Miroslav Shatan. Trying to think of... Oh, Jeff Norton. There it is, baby. You gotta go super sicko mode with these. Gotta go super sicko mode. Oh, Penguins Oilers, I wanted to do this one for a 1. Roman Oksuda. 0.01. Let's go. Woo! Oilers Blues. Bunch of different ones you can use here. Tikkanen. Glenn Anderson. I want to go ultra sicko mode, though. Is Glenn Anderson enough sicko mode? I gotta go, like, super obscure. Because that's the only way to roll with this, man. You gotta go, like, ultra obscure. Now let's go Glenn Anderson. Fuck it. 204. Yeah, I'm... Yeah, what were the Islanders? The Lightning one. Bradley. I thought Bradley. I mistook. I thought it was, I thought Hammerlick. But Hammerlick, unfortunately, was not Vinny Prospel. That's the problem. When you try to go super sicko mode, kind of falls off. I thought Wayne Babbage did. Fedorko. Ramage had 50. Wouldn't have been a bad choice. Craig Janney. Hold on. Did Wayne Babbage... Yeah, he had 50 goals. That's what I'm thinking of. So, yeah, I'll take the L on that one. I'm going to take the L. Here's the thing, like, you gotta go, like, 90s, 2000s, and 80s. That's what you have to go with these, because everyone's gonna guess, like, super recent with a lot of these. Like, Islanders Lightning Hammerlick would be one. Ugh. Whew. Let's do this. Ross blocks RB. Cubs fans, can we please have a winning record? So, you know what? I'm feeling like a sick fuck. Let's do Puck Doku. I am a sick bastard. I am going hog wild. Oh. Ducks, Senators. There are a bunch of different ones you can go here. Ooh. Ooh. Do I want to go Lonnie Loach? Because I've done that one before. I'm trying to think. Early expansion year. Yeah, let's go Lonnie Loach. Nobody's going to guess Lonnie Loach. Fuck it. Ducks and Dallas Stars. Interesting one. Travis. No, did Mullen play for Dallas? Oh no. Anaheim, Dallas. Ooh, kinky. Jacob Klingberg's easy. I gotta take off my mic. Because that's the thing. You don't want to go super easy with these. You need to go super challenging and be torture. Todd Marchand, I think, is maybe one of them. Because I'm trying to go like 90s. I'm trying to visualize that team. Did Peter Duras play for Dallas? I'm trying to think. Jabardowski, Sweden, Scotland, Korea. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do Travis Moen. If I'm wrong, so be it. I wasn't wrong. Shit. Okay. Team USA. Ooh. So, do I have to be... Oh, nationality? Oh, nationality is Team USA. Okay. Oh, I thought they... this is like... I thought they had to play for Team USA. So I can go, like, way off the board and get something hyper obscure. Mike LeClaire, I don't think he's American. Tim Sweeney. Fuck it. Oh! 0.0, let's go! LA. Scott Bjogstad. Oh! Let's go. New Jersey Team USA. Oh. Sorella USA? I don't think so. Craig Wolanin. Let's go. Jersey, Dallas. Neil Broughton. Who? I gotta go like super duper sicko mode. That's the way to go with these, man. Neil Broughton would be a good poll. I don't think Bobby Holik ever played for Dallas. Bernie Nick. I don't think Bernie ever played for Dallas. It's like Colorado Rockies, Minnesota. If I were a Minnesota North Star. Tenorti, Stevens, Cicerelli didn't play for the Devils. Oh, let's go Neil Broughton. Probably going to be... Oh, I thought that'd be higher. Los Angeles Kings, Dallas. Kings, North Stars. Scott Bjogstad. Ah, damn it. I already picked him. Shit. There goes my epic pull. Damn. Philippe Boucher. Kings, Ottawa. I have to do this one. Oh. Should I go regular sicko mode or ultra sicko mode? Because there are a few answers I can take with this one. Nobody's going to get this one. Mark Fortier. I think he was traded in return for Bob Kudelski, who would have been my other pick. Senators, New Jersey Devils, Neil Brady. Uniqueness of 4. Let's go. Woo! Don't doubt me, motherfuckers. Don't doubt me. Oh. Did anyone else pick Neil Brady? 40 people. Joe Sorella. He would have been a good one, too. Did anyone else pick Mark Fortier? 8 other people. Did anyone pick Bob Kudelski? 1.1. So, yeah, you have to go sicko mode. Was Scott Levins? Was he one? Steve Weeks. Daniel Berthwam. Oh. Dude. A lot of people were leaving. Nothing wrong with that. Ooh. Jake Berger going to the Marlins. Yeah, we can go back to it now. So I'm no longer doing the sicko mode. So the White Sox are trading their best player. Trey Mancini DFA'd. Here's the trade. Jake Berger is going to the Miami Marlins for Jake Eder. Jake Berger has been one of their best hitters. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. He's a 4th round pick, 2020 out of Vanderbilt. He's doing okay. Like, he struggled in A-ball, doing all right in Double-A. Had a really good Double-A year. Came off an injury, though. So, kind of a low return for Mr. Hamburger. Yeah, he's actually doing okay. He has 25 home runs, so they're adding power. That's what they're trying to do. And he's under cost control, which, here's the problem. I'm sorry for not getting these trades. This is why I had chat off for the immaculate grids. Because here I am thinking there would be nothing going on. Of course, when I don't do shit is when they happen. Yep, Peter Strzelecki is going the other way to Arizona. So Peter Strzelecki, it's a reliever for reliever pitch. Anything else happening besides Mr. Jake Hamburger? I don't use Bing. It forces it. Max Scherzer says, oh, more laughter. Max Scherzer says that it's his understanding that the Mets are gearing up for 2025-26, and they are wiping the financial ledger as clean as possible for David Stearns, formerly of the Milwaukee Brewers. Woof. Jesus. Thank you all for joining me. I know everyone's losing their mind. A lot of people dropped out for me doing those immaculate stream grids. I get it. Because I am a sick fuck. Oh, Frontier? Okay, I'll do the NFL one too. I'll save that one. So we'll do the football one. We'll save that for later. I haven't seen anything yet. But we'll do that later. Football I'm a little tougher on because there's just so many positions that it's hard to get every single one. So I can't go ultra sicko mode. Well, Benoit Hernandez, you have to consider 215 is a lot more palatable now than it was 10, 20 years ago. Like the average MLB batting average is 245. Plus he hits 25 home runs. Ross Blocks BRB. Cubs fans, can we please have a winning record? The Reds. No Cubs, no. No Cubs, no. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? You just traded for Jamer Candelaria. It's Jamer. I always keep saying it's Hamer. You know, like the J is pronounced as an H, as it usually is in Spanish. I'm weird like that. Walker James, Detroit Tigers, 40 years of pain. Dude, I kind of did one with the Mr. Mike Ilitch video. Giggity Goo 52. Giggity Goo. Ohtani to the Orioles. There's going to be so many bad puns. Ohtani, Orioles. Yeah, it's going to be bad. Brendan Donovan undergoing season-ending surgery tomorrow. So, St. Louis Cardinals, you're done. Brendan Donovan, one of their better prospects. I think he was having a decent year, too. Yeah, 2 WAR, 281 batting average, 781 OPS, second baseman. F's in the chat for the Cardinals. You be fucked. And you're trading off all your pitchers. That's a lot of porn tabs. I mean, it's all like, yep, a lot of porn tabs. So, apparently Jeff Passan is saying that the Erod deal is now dead. They're demanding too much. You bomb atomically? Oh, here it is. The LA Dodgers and Detroit Tigers had a trade in place for left-handed starter Eduardo Rodriguez. But Rodriguez invoked his 10-team no-trade clause that included the Dodgers, and the deal is now dead. That is pretty much a cock tease. I mean, ooh, Jesus. Yep, the Erod trade is officially dead. So Eduardo Rodriguez is still on the board. I'm surprised he had the Dodgers on his no-trade list. You figure it'd be small market teams or really shitty teams. So if Detroit's stuck with Eduardo Rodriguez after this, it's a strange turn of events. You did get Lorenzen out. Yeah, win-win. That's the surprising part. I have to shitpost. Phillies trading Nola. Nah, they're not trading Nola. The O's might be in play because they had Eduardo Rodriguez at one time. And then he was traded to Boston and got good. Yep, he did. I thought he played, but I guess not. I think he was traded for, Andrew Miller. For an all-in push, and then Eduardo became... The thing with Eduardo is he has 3 years left on his deal, and Detroit would probably have to eat some salary. Although he might not because he's having a really good year. Hold on, I got a few more things to do here. Chris Hufford, I am way late behind. I'm sorry, brother. Praise to Jeebus. Praise the Immaculate Grids, and I didn't fuck up on them. I was so nervous about that. Here's my contribution to the U-Tree Sports Team Buying Fund to either make a new team, MLB team in Pittsburgh or to buy the Pirates. You would probably be a better owner anyway. Dude, I'm going to be honest, man. I would be a terrible owner. I would either be way too nice and keep jobs for too long, or I would be way too impulsive. I should not be anywhere near a sports team. I would be, I would not be good. So, no sports teams for me. Andrew Hoffman, hey Tree, love the work. QQ, what is the music that you play in the background during the MLB videos for the Angels? That is South Park Cash for Gold. That is the song I play. I feel like it perfectly encompasses the Angel situation where you just bring in pieces, they churn out, and the cycle continues. That's Cash for Gold. And Ryan Irwin, we got another Fitty Bomb. Praise to Jeebus. Praise the Portland Timber scarf encompassed Jeebus. I am covering up Jeebus's face with the Timbers logo, and I need to replace that. Cover your arm. Dear Jesus, you're going to be in a better place soon. Yankees have done nothing so far, lol. The U.S. women's team needs a lolcow video for all the nonsense they have pulled. And maybe. Like, the thing with the women's team, they do win. So, And also, we need a half-century legacy of failure video for the New York Jets from 1969 to present. Keep up the good work, Tree. Absolutely. The time is the main problem with doing legacies of failure. Like, with the Dan Snyder vid, I worked, that had been on the cards for a little bit, but I had worked non-stop for a week. And, I mean, that was easy because I had most of the footage already from 2017 and earlier. If I didn't have that, it would take a lot longer. It would take maybe 2 or 3. If I didn't, like, have, like, already knowledge of some of this stuff happening. So that's what you gotta be careful of. But that's what you have to worry about. Edge Knight 1789, are Pirates fans also molding like Mets fans? No, not really. I mean, if we trade Bednar or Kutch, I can see us molding. Keller, probably too. Like, it depends on what we get in return. We'll see. Scott Carter, how much time is left for the deadline today? We've got about an hour. So, deadline is at 6. I thought it was 3. These 3 hours have actually gone really fast. Oddly enough. And I'm surprisingly still at 1,200 people. I know we were at 1,500 for a hot minute, and then I did the Immaculate Grids, and everyone fucked off. So, they'll probably be back around 6 o'clock. But you have to consider, too, around the deadline. It's not just 6 o'clock. It's, there are trades that happen after. So, more like 6:30, 6:35 is when your deadline will happen. And then I'll probably rush out and get dinner and then come back and do the dumpster fire. Yankees have been talking to Race about Margot. Bring Trees Trabs bidding starter 1. Yeah. I've got all these tabs because it's all baseball shit. Yeah, it's all like baseball shit and X's. It's a lot of porn. A lot of baseball porn. I have Baseball Savant and I haven't even used it yet. Joining Dead Urinating Tree uses Bing. It's the part of the thing I use. That's why they use a search. David Krantz for another 50 bomb. Hallelujah. Praise to Jeebus. Praise us all. You people are mad and I love you for it. I mean, you people are crazy. I mean, for whatever reason, it's just like 1,200 people on a rando 3-hour baseball stream. You know what? Let's go. Fuck it. Hallelujah. With Snyder out and Melnick passed on, Haslam and Aquilini are the obvious choices for worst owners in their respective leagues. Is Moreno or Fisher the worst in MLB? And who is the worst owner the NBA complete the horrendous for? Worst NBA owner has to be Ronadive. I think he's still pretty bad. I mean, even though the Kings have been successful this past year, like, Ronadive has been meddlesome in the worst possible way for his entire tenure. So Ronadive is the underrated one right now. James Dolan's up there too. You know, nearly banning alcohol from the stadium. Haslam definitely up there. Ursay's making his case. I would say Aquilini's definitely up there. Hockey owner, though. I'm trying to think who would be pretty bad. Flames owner's pretty bad. Like, he went to England to evade Canadian taxes. That's a good one. Yeah, I'd say Aquilini's pretty bad. Bach06X is not helping you beat these allegations a little long. No, the secret would be one is actually an X videos logo, and it's like the most degenerate shit. That would be like the weirdest one. Glenn Taylor. I mean, the Jazz owner. I mean, Sarver was up there before he sold. Flyers with Comcast. Well, the Flyers are at least trying to change shit up. They're finally rebuilding. And the Flyers' issues are more with Bobby Clark and Paul Holmgren at the top. Like, they never had that big change. Like, they've always been there. And they've had this half-in, half-out shit. And they're finally starting to change it. Or Matt Rothman, Yotes ownership. Yeah, I mean, but... yeah, Coyotes fans defend Meruelo for whatever reason. It is a strange phenomenon. Like, they're carrying water for that dude. It's weird. Sir Zapdos, I'm not sure. I mean, it would take, like, a while. Like, I can do Sporkle quizzes, probably, but I could probably go back to maybe the 70s, 60s, but there was always, like, the obscure one you forget. Yeah. Multrab 26 for 10. Reinsdorf is the worst. Acts like a small market team while being in Chicago. Well, he's Southside Chicago. He's working class. So that makes him small market. Don't you get the pink? John O. the Bait, worst MLB owner. Yeah, I'd say Fisher would be up there. So we're down to the final hour. Get the bells out. We're going to do the Jeebus for the chaos. Jeebus, we need chaos. Like Eduardo Rodriguez saying fuck you to the Dodgers. Yeah, Fisher. And the thing is, once Fisher goes to Las Vegas, which is probably going to be a reality, unfortunately, all he needs is MLB approval. Like, they are just like, they're going to spend to get people to go to the games. That's the problem. And it's just reality. The same shit happened when Montreal moved to Washington. Sorry, I'm getting these Windows notifications. It's fucking annoying. I didn't realize I get so many. By the way, this is Propel. It's not vodka. Mike Elias, wake up. I mean... Yeah, Josh Sager, the thing with nutting is he's just there to, like, just carry water for the other owners. That's all he is for. I mean, he keeps hands off, but he doesn't really hire the right baseball man. He has, like, a little fluke here and there, but, I mean, the problem is his dad, G. Ogden, was significantly cheaper, and Kevin McClatchy fucking sucked. He was the majority owner before him. All that dude did was piss away his grandpa's money. He was a fucking moron. Viewy Brook, I'm doing Immaculate Grid for football. Basketball, I don't know if I'll get. Like, I can't go super just sicko mode in that one. Aegis, like, I don't, no vodka yet. It won't be vodka for a hot minute. And by the way, what am I saying? I haven't really drank all that much in the last month and change. Oh, well. Haunted Serenade, is there a 2023 NHL free agency video in the works? Yes. The thing is, like, it's been very slow moving. There are a lot of pieces still out in the market, and there have been a lot of one-year contracts, so I don't know how to attack it. That's the problem. So it might just be a quick vid. Let's see, Gabe, have the Mariners actually traded Teoscar to the Giants, or is that just a rumor? Let's take a look. Yeah, Brendan Donovan undergoing season-ending surgery. So where Discord servers come in handy. Actually get updates on some stuff. Yep, Eduardo Rodriguez. Here's the rumor about Eduardo Rodriguez, and this is the rumor coming out. Tigers starting pitcher Eduardo Rodriguez has vetoed a trade to the Dodgers because his wife is a fan of the Padres. I think this might be bullshit, but if this is true, this is fucking hilarious. Please be true. Oh, God, I hope it is. But, yeah, Berger to Miami for the number 4 prospect. Noah Sharp, I mean, you'd be trading probably Kjerstad or maybe another prospect like him for a guy like Erod. But we'll see. But time will tell there. Oh, Maltrab, I'm talking NBA for Reinsdorf. Yeah, well, you have to consider with Reinsdorf, he locked into Michael Jordan and thinks he's a genius. That's what he was. He's already content. He won his championships. I'd like to see the return they were proposing for Eduardo Rodriguez. Is there really a Padres trading coming? I'm not seeing anything for Teoscar just yet. That's the problem. You get a lot of fake shit. Yep. Eduardo. Oh, jeez. Yeah.
3-1. Wade launches. Left field. Goodbye.
There's now it's a little quiet, thank God. Sometimes it got like super loud for whatever reason. Erod pulled a Danny Heatley. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, East Coast could work too. I mean, he hasn't been anywhere outside the East Coast. Boston, Baltimore, Detroit. And plus, too, Erod has a couple more years left on his deal, so it's not a rental. Yep, that was the extra inning. Actually, I think that was the Ryan Madson game, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Don Borvio, I mean, well, Passan, well, the ones you have to worry about are like Nightingale, Passan, Morosi, even Heyman, although Heyman's kind of a bitch. Yeah, the ones that are like Passan and Rosenthal. And Jeff Passan's doing this with a broken back, by the way, so he's carrying. He's doing a good carry job. Walker James, Erod vetoing the Dodgers is the most Detroit BS thing ever. Yeah, that's, I mean, it depends. If Erod doesn't go anywhere, then there are going to be a lot of pissed off Tigers fans. Yeah, but still, like, 93, but, I mean, 39, but still, they're paying, like, dude, $20 million for a Cy Young award-winning pitcher. Well, less than $20 million because he's still got a third of a season left. So, but that, if the option, like, activates. So, like, I figured it would be a reuniting, but there's still probably going to be another, like, big trade, too. Well, Erod has an opt-out. I didn't realize he had an opt-out, but, I mean, mostly depends. But if he's opting out, then why isn't he taking the trade to the Dodgers? Yeah. Redhead takes, what do you think of Andrew Chafin to the Brewers? It's an upgrade over Strzelecki. So I think they're just trying to bolster for at least to try and get the NL Central. They've been struggling quite a bit over the past week. I think they lost like 5 straight or something like that. And it was like to Washington. It was like to bad teams. So there's still some work that needs to be done there. Jets, Mets, Ross, MIA, Oakland A's owner Dolan, and Spanos. Oh, Stephen Ross is a boob. John Fisher is the other one you're thinking of. James Dolan. I'd say Ronadive is worse than Dolan, but that's not saying much. And Dean Spanos, like, he's Dean Spanos. Fuck Spanos. Jonathan O. Everyone hates LA. It's just like, you know, like, most of the, like, Southwest hates LA. Like, I mean, it's just a pride thing. Because, like, LA's the big shot, and they always see themselves as an inferior little brother. Like, Las Vegas is like that, San Fran's like that, San Diego especially like that, because they lost a couple sports teams to LA. Phoenix, too. Oh. Hyam not trading anyone. He's on his way to see Beyonce at Gillette. Oof. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm surprised the Red Sox aren't doing shit. Well, candid, I mean, Vivek, it's mostly because of the guys he's hired around him. Like, he made a lot of bad moves in personnel. Vlade Divac' reign, oof. It was terrible. And then remember, like, everyone bitched about the Tyrese Halliburton deal last year. Because they brought in Domantas Sabonis, and Sabonis has been really good for the Kings. But, once again, trading Halliburton was, like, a huge problem to them. Yeah, well, candid fob, like, Ronadive had to get out of the way because he realized he couldn't fucking do it. He was bad. I hope A-Rod is a good owner for the T-Puppies. Some team in Minnesota needs to win a little sometime soon. I mean, Minnesota is just misery and pain personified. It's not fun. So now we sit in the abyss. We sit around and wait. Maybe if I do another Immaculate Grid, there'll be another trade that happens so we can talk. No, get out of here. Get out of here. Nobody wants your spam. Get out of here. Be gone, butt! Yeah, video game, I will do the grid. We'll do the gritty. Well, different gritty. Oh, Broncos, Panthers. Because, like, they had, like, a lot of vets in the 90s. I just gotta... Here's the problem. There's, like, so much, like, you can do. Denver, 1,000-yard rushing season? Oh, dude. Alandis Gary. Get, like, super obscure. Philadelphia Eagles. Herschel Walker. And Chicago Bears. Michael Pittman. Damn it. Thought Michael Pittman did one for Chicago. Never mind. The Bears and the Browns. Browns and Eagles. Dougie Fresh. Dougie Peterson. Gotta go Dougie Fresh. And we got another bot here. Great. So I'll get the thing off here. Chicago Bears, Carolina Panthers. Ooh. Eagles, Panthers, Broncos, Panthers. Damn. There's probably some really easy ones I'm missing, but there's just so much to go over. Oh, I wish it were Bears, Browns. Oh, Zane Gonzalez. No, wait. Zane Gonzalez didn't play for the Bears. Played for the Cardinals. Shit. Who's the running back in the 90s? Because Walter Payton's too damn easy. Montgomery's too easy. I can't even do Justin Fields. Jordan Howard. Let's go. Browns and Bears. Because there's like, you can go a bunch of different angles here. And I'm just trying to really just like... Did Jurevicius play for the Bears? I don't think so. Mingo, I don't think he played. Richardson didn't play for the Bears. Huh. Damn. Fuck. Because are we talking like old Browns or new Browns? Yeah, that's the problem. Like, there's just so many different names you can think of, and it's just hard to, like, focus on one. Shit. Let's think of old quarterbacks. Cordell? No, Cordell never played for the Browns. Jim Miller? No. Peter Meme. I wish Peter Meme played for the Browns. That would be hilarious. Tim Boyle. Glennon. Shit. Duke Johnson? No. Joku. Shit. Gary Barnidge? Wait, Gary Barnidge was a Panther. Damn. Yeah, I don't think Gary Barnidge played for the Bears. He did not. Damn. The Brannies. Eagles, Panthers. I am on the struggle bus with this one, and I am losing my mind. I mean, Miles Sanders is the easy one here, but he never played a game for the Panthers yet. Mike Tolbert? Yeah, oh, this is Greg Olson. This is the super easy one. Yeah, 25%. Like, I don't want to do, like, high, because it's, like, super easy. I want to go, like, super mega ultra sicko mode. And I can't go super mega ultra sicko mode. It's fucking annoying. I hate it. Kessler, is it? Hodgins, Zeitler, Thomas. Zeitler? No, Zeitler didn't play for the Bears. Yeah. Oh, Cody Parkey. How did I not forget Cody fucking Parkey? I forgot. I stupido. Stupido. Yeah, and there are a bunch of names I'm not thinking of. Peyton Hillis. Fuck. See, like, that's the problem. Like, that's the problem. Like, it's so hard to, like, just, like, really get into. Yep, Hassan Reddick is another one. That's the problem. There's, like, so many names you can think of, and you have to just focus on, like, one specific one. Let's do Peyton Hillis. Fuck it. Yeah, I was not good with that one. I was in ultra super sicko mode. It was a very sad place. Courtney Brown played for the Broncos. Shit. Alshon was a good one. Let's try it. David Krantz for $2 or $10. If the Brewers miss the playoffs again, they should change their nickname from the Brew Crew to the Screwed Crew. That window isn't getting any wider, you know. I mean, 29 teams have made a trade. The New York Yankees have not. So the New York Yankees have not made a trade since July 1st. Teddy Bridge. As I said, like, there's just so many names to, like, sift through. That's the problem with football. You have 53 players, and it's just, like, hard to, like, get them all combined. Yeah, but Jackson Churio is apparently going to solve all their issues. So you have to worry about that, David. 1,148 people. We have 45 minutes left before the deadline. And we're still sitting around waiting and jacking ourselves off. Steve Berline. Oh, damn it. I forgot he was a Bronco. He was a Cardinal and a Raider, I think. Any news on the baseball front? Yeah, Griffin Canning is on the 15-day IL for the Angels. Golf with no limits. Yep, Erod mentioned with the waiver. Mets brass. Here's a big one here. Big one coming up. I spoke to Mets brass, and they told me that they lied to Max Scherzer about not competing until 25-26 to get him to waive his no-trade clause. Okay. That's a bit of gamesmanship. I think that smells like bullshit, because I think for reality now they're not going to compete until 25 or 26 just for this. Everyone hates Bob Nightingale, but yeah, Peter Strzelecki there. Yeah, the asking price for Flaherty and Cease will certainly rise. The Dodgers want one more starter. Mitch Keller may be on the board too. It mostly depends on what they're willing to pay. Yep, Jake Berger and Jake Eater are out. But now we just sit and wait. We sit and we wait. And there's all we can do. Francisco Lindor, yep, 92. White Sox trading for prospects they can't develop in our system. Rick Hahn strikes again. But hey, they still think they can compete, yet they're trading one of their best hitters in this season in Jake Berger. Which is him. Huey Brook, they hate Bob because I think he messed up on a lot of things. He kind of redeemed himself with the lockout coverage. But I think for the most part he was doing that. Giants should get Mitch. Mitch Keller. Question is, do they have the prospects to trade? That's what you have to worry about. Luis Patino to the White Sox, huh? Is Patino truly... I mean, if Patino is just getting traded to the White Sox, they have fallen hard. Yep, it looks like the confirmation. Luis Patino going to the White Sox for cash. Cash considerations. The White Sox are buying. They're getting prospects. Luis Patino, one of the big pieces in the Blake Snell trade and a former top prospect. I don't think he's been able to stick in major leagues. Yeah, it's he had a decent year in 21. I mean, compared to what he was, and then just 22, he fell off the wagon. 23, he hasn't been back. AAA, he's struggling too. I mean, he needs a change of scenery. If the Rays can't fix you, there might be a problem. So, cash considerations making big moves. Cash considerations going everywhere. Let's fucking do this, man. 1,200 people somehow still in there. The Orioles have, the only trade they made was a couple days ago for Shintaro Fujinami. The Yankees have done nothing, which is why everyone's, I mean, the Yankees, they traded for Colton Brewer and nothing else. That was on March 30th. They have not made a trade in April, May, or June, or July. And Shohei's getting his practice pitches in for the Angels tonight. Yep, Frontier, this deadline is one of the deadlines of our time. We still have about 40 minutes. So there's still time. As I said, I'm surprised this is going as fast as it is. I was expecting this to be just... It's like, oh shit, we're doing poorly, let's do an hour. But surprisingly, we're hanging in there. We're going mad. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Thank you all for sticking with me, even though, I mean, there's been some hiccups. I mean, my internet derped for a hot minute because I accidentally kicked the power source. I did some sicko mode stuff, and we laughed at 5 points and the Mets. So there's that. Wait, MK1 Sports, I mean, they don't need to buy. They're 20 games under 500. And they also sold Jake Burger. They bought at the deadline. Yep, Yankees are the only team in MLB not to make a deal since July 1st. First team, they haven't made a deal in June, April, or May either. So there's that too. Do you think Erod will be traded? Maybe. It mostly depends on how they fare. So, I mean, I think if Erod doesn't get traded, everyone's going to be pissed. Detroit Tigers fans will be livid. Jared, is Minnesota buying? They I don't know if they are. Because like they did like a lateral move for Dylan Floro and Jorge Lopez. They haven't done much else. So that was the only like move. Like Miami's done more buying than them. And Floro's a solid pitcher. But I mean, they gave up a lot for Jorge Lopez. So they kind of took an L on that deal because Yanir Cano is pitching like a fucking stud in Baltimore right now. And Minnesota also took an L on the Tyler Mahle deal because Spencer Steer and Encarnacion Strand went the other way, and they're big pieces of the Reds farm system. So have fun, Tease. Peter, Ohtani is going nowhere, at least until the offseason. Otherwise, this would be a hell of a deadline if we had like a big move for Shohei. Maybe he gets traded at the end, and it's a big shocker. We're like, oh my god, you can't. You're like that. James Lindsley, who is now the worst owner, Bidwell, or say Haslam or someone else. It's Jimmy Haslam. Jimmy Haslam is the worst. He's been the worst, one of the worst since he started up. Flambo123, opinion on the Brewers farm system. You have Jackson Churio. Sal Frelick too. So you have good high-end talent. I don't know enough about their depth to really give it a gauge otherwise, but you do have Jackson Churio. That's all I have to say. James Lindsley for 5. Lol, Mats never dies. Free Daniel Vogelbach, manly man. Dude, trade him back to Pittsburgh. We'll accept him. He is a Yinzer at heart. He is a man's man, and he will hit dongs into the Allegheny. Mike Puma. Check Mike Puma. Yep, looks like I see. This is the news from Puma, apparently. Tommy Pham poked his head into the manager's office and left the clubhouse in street clothes. No word yet that he's been traded, but the signs point that way. So, as expected, Tommy Pham is probably getting traded, unless he's just leaving the team, which would be completely hilarious and very low Mets on brand. but I would say it mostly depends on how things happen there. Marty Jannetty tried to dive out the window to escape what an act of cowardice. Who's winning the Central, Milwaukee or Cincinnati? I hope Cincinnati for the laughs, but I can definitely see Milwaukee if they get their shit together hitting-wise. Because Milwaukee's problem has been the same problem they've had for a couple years. The only one hitting is Christian Yelich, maybe Contreras. But otherwise, it's a lot of just black holes. Monasterio's been okay, but otherwise it's just like a lot of nothing. Garrett Mitchell's been injured. Terang has had issues. Weimer's had issues. You bring up Sal Frelick, but he's still early to tell. Brasso got DFA'd. Voit got DFA'd. Urias has had issues. Willie Adames has been struggling for whatever reason. So there's your issue with Milwaukee. Teoscar is definitely still out there. Frontier, they're not trading Kramer. Kramer's one of their best pitchers, so they're not trading him. Yep, the Brewers got swept by the A's at home. They got, I think they lost to the, they got lost in the series to the Nationals, if I remember correctly. Yep. They got swept by the Nats. Actually, they lost a game to the Nats. They got swept by the Braves. Dr. Blackjack, I hope the Jays don't do any stupid moves. I mean, mostly depends. Straw Hat Guy, do the Pirates have a bolstering their farm system? I want a Pittsburgh team that is in the Steelers have high in talent memes. They have some decent prospects. Termar Johnson. I mean, they brought a few of them up. Henry Davis, Andy Rodriguez, Quinn Priester, Leover Peguero. So they have guys. It's just like figuring out. And then, you have Paul Scanes. That he's coming up as well. He'll probably be up next year. So next year will probably be the year where you hopefully make noise, but you never know. Yep, Hayden Holbrook. There are very little starters that are under 1.4 billion years old. I'm surprised that's why Dick Mountain got traded. Vince Velasquez would be a great target if he weren't out for the season. He was doing well. But unfortunately, Colton Wong has been traded. So Colton Wong is probably, he's probably traded for cash considerations. And he's probably getting some money thrown with him. So yeah, Colton Wong is gone. That makes sense. Yep, Colton Wong is saying his goodbyes to teammates in the clubhouse. So that is the update there. Yep, Colton Wong saying his goodbyes. I mean, yeah. Probably getting traded off or a DFA. I mean, if you look at Colton Wong's stats, it has been a hot mess. He'll probably go to the NL Central and terrorize the Pirates again because this is how Colton Wong works. Like, he has been bad. Like, his bat is not there this year. Which is strange because he was doing well for a while. And then just, like, he goes to Seattle and just, like, falls out. That's... Yeah, DFA. Yeah, that sounds like a DFA. Really about it. But, Chris Hufford, any chance that the Nats overtake the Mets in the East? Oh, dude, that would be brilliant. 5 games, I mean, you're about 6 games under. Yeah, you're 6 games under because the 2 extra games. 7 games maybe, but I don't know. I mean, Mets have had an okay-ish July. Like, they're not as terrible as they were. They're over 500. Oh, dude, Peruvian? I mean, dude, Rangers want Austin Hedges, but yeah, Austin Hedges going to the Rangers, but they need backup defensive catcher. So the Pirates are going to get more magic beans. Trade us Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker for Austin Hedges. Give us Jack Leiter. Austin Hedges is going to the Texas Rangers, and we will finally be able to play Henry Davis at Twins looking at righty bats. Yeah, Twins, I mean, give the Pirates Dan Vogelbach. Yes. Yes, give us Dan Vogelbach. We'll take him for, like, cash considerations. We need a man. So we are in the half-hour stretch. Not much going on. But we're still waiting. There's still time. This is when the wheeling and dealing is hopefully going to start. And we can get shit done. Yep, Dick Mountain will play for 13 teams. He's not at the record, though. I think Edwin Jackson and Octavio Dotel have more teams played for. But Dick Mountain will be a good one for Immaculate Grid in the future. The Pirates are them. The Royals are them, too. Wait, somebody linked Pete Alonso to the Cubs? They do need a first baseman. Oh, dude. If Pete Alonso gets traded, I am calling 5-up again. And it is going to be the greatest feeling in the world. It is going to be the most glorious feeling in the world. And it's going to be Schitt's Creek in a paddle. Oh, no. Oh, dude. Yes. Yes. Give us Alonso to the Cubs. Even better. We got even better return for Austin Hedges. We got international pool money. We get to get a random prospect from the Banana Republic farm system, and we may never see him again. He might not even make it off the island. Let's go. International pool money. It's even better than cash considerations. Let's go. Probably like a couple $100,000, that's my guess. Oh, dude. International pool money. Dude, Pete Alonso of the Brewers, dude, I hope that the Mets make all the trades and blow themselves up so I can hear just the malding and the salt and just the madness. Honestly, Aaron, the Pirates won that trade because he can actually play Henry Davis at catcher. They kept putting Austin Hedges at catcher and Henry Davis at right field. It was the strangest shit. Like, Henry Davis's value is at catcher. Andy Rodriguez's value is at catcher. Play them at catcher. Twins are looking into Tommy Pham. I straight, like, Hedges is fine as a backup catcher. That's the thing with Hedges. Like, he can't hit for shit, but he's a great defensive catcher, great defensive substitute, great guy in a spot start. He's not a starting catcher, though. Colton Wong saying his goodbyes. Patino for cash money considerations. Oh boy. Cashman and Hal are trending on Twitter. Brian Cashman and Hal Steinbrenner running this Yankees franchise. Brian Cashman and Hal Steinbrenner have been murdered. And Giraffe Neck Mark is opening up some champagne. Making it rain. That sounds like him trying to prove the Mets are going to the World Series, even though they're not. He ain't doing that today, baby. Cashman and Hal are at a picnic right now. Cashman and Hal to purposely be sabotaging the Yankees. I need to shitpost again. The time has come to shitpost. We need to shitpost, my friends. We need to shitpost about the Yankees. We need to shitpost about everything. And we just need to shitpost. Maybe my shitposting will reverse jinx the Yankees into making a move and acquire an overpaid veteran. Maybe they'll sign Eric Hosmer. Maybe that's their trade. Maybe they'll trade IKF for some string beans. I mean, we'll see. Oh, baby. Oh, dude. I'm already at a 4 hours? Shit, man. Yeah, I'm at like 3.5. We need to shitpost, my friends. I gotta go old meme for this one. Give me the memes. I must shitpost for the greatness of life. And I know exactly how to do it. Get my snip and sketch here. Time to shitpost. Shitpost. This is like the poorest shitpost. This is from like a meme template page. But it is what it is. I'm like hyper focused on the shitpost. And hopefully in that time we will have something happen. But things are strange like that. See, I don't care about doing numbers or anything like that. I care about the shitpost. I'd say this is accurate for the Yankees right now. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, jeez. Chris Hufford, so how much of a freak out do you think would happen if the Redskins name comes back? There was a petition that's gaining steam. Oh, dude, people would flip out. Although, to be honestly, I mean, they had more of a reputation and tradition under that name than the Commanders or the football team. I feel like it's too late to that point. I mean, the cat's already out of the bag, so I doubt they go back to Redskins. It'd be hilarious if they did, just for the sole reason of giving a big fat middle finger to Dan Snyder, but I don't think it's going to happen. Jerry Wade, Yankees doing nothing would be hilarious. Oh, yeah. Oh, Japan talking, Yanks already beat me? Damn it. How did they already beat me? Fuck. Come on. Maybe the Yankees and Red Sox are in a rivalry, and which one can do nothing the most? Jayco TV, instead of a legacy of failure, season of failure. Episode 1 is just laughing at the White Sox. Wait, did the Yankees actually make a move? Cash considerations to Bobby Bonilla. Tuna Pink Anther, dead air. Oh, dude, there's a lot of dead air, man. Nothing but dead air. You know that, son. Yep, Austin Hedges for international bonus pool money. Louis Enkelman, what do you think Boba Shit doing day-to-day affected the De Jong trade? That part's probably easy. I mean, with De Jong, like, he's a backup. He's a depth catcher. He's a depth shortstop now. So he's a middle infielder, just there for, like, reserve. So that's the thing they did. They were probably going to acquire him anyway. It's more as insurance in case Bichette does go down full-time. JT Real Muto removed from the lineup. Oh, that's probably precautionary. Probably injury-related. I don't think they're trading Real Muto, especially when they added Michael Lorenzen. They renamed the team the Washington Pigskins. They can rename them the Hogs or the Hogskins. That would actually work out because it actually is connected to history. It has tradition, and I think it's actually a pretty cool name. You can do like a really badass hog, or even just like even have the same thing, like the silhouette of like instead of just an American Indian, just have a hog's face, just a hog. That's all you have to do. Sports Talk Chud, the Mets should bring back Mickey Callaway. Dick Pick Mick. Oh, dude, he would be fantastic. I think he'd give them a nice shot in the crotch. Pablo Sanchez will save the Padres. Oh, dude, Vioy Brook, they're not going to trade for JT. They already have Will Smith. Why would they trade for JT Realmuto? Yeah, Hogskins. Like, they could still call themselves the Skins, but not the Redskins. Because it's like, I mean, that cat's out of the bag. I call them the Pigskins or the Hogskins. Pigskins, it's related to football, and you already have the relation to the Hogs. Hogskins, I mean, you have the Hog line of the 80s, man. That's tradition. That's pride. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Joel Sherman, expectation is that the Cardinals will still play Jack Flaherty perhaps in conjunction with an outfielder such as Dylan Carlson and Tyler O'Neill. The Dodgers still want to add a starting pitcher, perhaps the Braves too. There's going to be moves happening. There will be moves happening. And apparently this is from Luke Newhouse. This is like just a rumor. It's the sources say. The sources. Yes. And it looks like Jack Flaherty's still scheduled to be the Cardinals starting pitcher on Wednesday unless he gets traded. This is the Joel Sherman tweet that's already on MLB TV, by the way. As I said, the expectation is that they will still trade Jack Flaherty. This was 5 minutes ago. And Dylan Carlson or Tyler O'Neill. Dylan Carlson had a bit of a struggle year. Top prospect, though. Tyler O'Neill struggling as well. So we'll see. But there's still that. And David Krantz with another 50 bombs. Sorry, I got to bring out the Jeebus. Praise the Jeebus. Let's give us some good goddamn trades so I don't feel like I'm sitting around awkwardly and wasting everyone's time. Tonight's Dumpster Fire episode should be called Emotional Damage. Mets Fans Edition. As for the Yankees, someone should clip that Spaceball scene with President Scrooge, Dark Helmet, and Colonel Sanders say, do something right, one right after the other. Yes. Yes. They will comb the desert, I would per se. Oh, Ozzy Man, I checked on him a few hours earlier. He's not happy. It's already been almost 3 hours since I called him, too. Jesus. I'm going to be honest with you. These 4 hours have gone really fast. I thought they'd be slower. Okay. I mean, I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun, too. I mean, I'm happy. I'm surprised to have this many people. I was expecting maybe a couple hundred. It's a trade deadline stream. But, I'm surprised. I'm still kicking. We've got time left. We still have about 15 minutes plus a couple minutes and change until the deadline. Nothing yet happening. There's a lot of emotional damage. It's augmented. That's impossible. Nobody's trading. They're not trading Ohtani. Ohtani's staying put. They've already come out and said it. See any news, rumors going on? Yeah, Austin Hedges. The deadline is now too much with us. Yep. White Sox Luis Patino, Max Scherzer. Manny Margot is the rumor. Yes, mentioned there. Erod falls apart. Jake Berger. Trains Alex Carr. Cubs fan here. What are you doing? Oh, that's simple. Look at your record since the break. You're trying to add. There's your problem. Even though I don't know if that's the right move. It's like the Pirates, remember in 18 when they went on a big winning streak? This is why you're adding. Because you went on this massive winning streak, you got back to 500. And Cody Bellinger's hitting like a god. That's why. He's back to his MVP form. Ohtani and Trout to the Pirates confirmed. Dude, I would cream if that happened. That ain't happening, though. Unfortunately. Pete Alonso has not spoken to the front office about possibility of being traded. I know. It would be weird if it happens. It says, Daniel Kramer's updated. No roster moves announced, but presumably he's been DFA'd as part of what will be a few transactions coming shortly. So you just got to go through the MLB's fax system and just, go through that slow speed, and then they will add the moves. Yeah, Pete just talked to the media. Is not getting traded, so Pete Alonso is not getting traded. 5 points. Your anus can now unclench. Pete Alonso is not getting traded. The Rays get a catcher I've never heard of. Sounds about right. Josh Harrison got DFA'd. Damn, Jay Hay got DFA'd. That means another move's coming. Or maybe that's for Lorenzen. Jay Hay has... he's had a long career. This might be it for him. It's a shame. He was a great little spark plug for the Pirates in their heyday. Check John Morosi. I got baited by a fake Jeff Passan. That's the problem with baseball deadline, at least the last couple years. You always get the really, out-of-the-way issues. And the Padres are actually doing all right, 15-10. But, the Mets have been doing all right, too, but they're selling. Jets-Mets, what's worse? Mets trading everyone, mostly with money, or the Yankees doing nothing and acting like everything is fine? The Yankees are at least doing nothing. They're standing pat. The Mets at least are admitting they're throwing in the white flag and getting prospects. Yankees ain't doing shit. Here we go. Roster spot for Lorenzen. He'll start on Thursday. Yep. The Renzen starting Thursday, and now we're in that little lull while you're here. Should I pee for the trades? Yes. Pee for the trades. I'll be right back, kids. Chair, cover for me. Live reaction to the trades. We're back. Sorry. Did my chair cover well? Why does part of the chair look like Gronk's field? Yep, Wong was DFA'd. Ooh, did Tommy Pham get traded? Is Tommy Pham a Diamondback? Chair is playing Super Mario. Pham to the D-backs. Looks like Pham is a D-back. He has popped in and he is on his way out. Tommy Pham is going to the D-backs. See, I peed for the trades and we got a trade. Mike Trout said the dry springs felt better than I expected. I don't put a timeline on it. He's still out for a bit. Oh, Alex Jackson going to the Rays. So Alex Jackson, former first-round pick of the Cubs, if I remember, or the Mariners, played a hot minute for the Cubs and the Braves for a bit. Didn't really do well though. Got traded to the Marlins, I believe, for Adam Duvall. And yeah, I am manifesting a Foley or Flaherty trade to the O's. Yeah, the O's haven't done shit. The O's haven't done anything. The Red Sox haven't done anything. The Yankees haven't done anything, which is surprising because you figure with the wild card they'd be trying to bolster. Even Toronto's bolstering, for fuck's sake. Zenum, here's the thing. I mean, yep, Andy Martino with the confirmation. So many X tabs, a lot of porn on my side. Tommy Pham is going to Arizona. 10 minutes left. Oh, Padres DFA Carpenter. We have 10 minutes left, but you have to remember, folks, just because the 6 o'clock deadline ends, it does not mean the trades will not stop coming in. Usually it takes about 30 to 40 minutes before those officially end. So after 6 o'clock, you can no longer make trades and send them to baseball. You could probably make trades, but they won't be able to be on the playoff roster. You can make like smaller trades usually in that regard. I remember back in July, they used to have a waiver deadline, which was weird as fuck. Oh, baby, here we go. Somebody manifested a Jack Flaherty trade to the O's, and Jack Flaherty is going to the O's. Next gen, take a bow. You manifested it, and you got it. Jack Flaherty is an O. Orioles are close to acquiring Jack Flaherty, posted by Ken Rosenthal. You have your starter. Next gen, take a bow. You did it. Oh. There's more coming, but There's your big piece off the board. So Cease, his value will rise. E-Rod's value will rise. Mitch Keller's value will rise. So there's a lot going on there. Trey Mancini, DFA. Jack Flaherty is an Oriole. 1,400 people somehow here. Let's see the return. I'm guessing it'll have to be a big return. I mean, Flaherty is, pretty reputable pitcher, even though, he hasn't been peak Jack Flaherty like he was in 2020, 2021. Stuff like that. He's been injured for the most part the last couple of years, but it's 2019. If you're getting that form, you've got top of the rotation starter. I mean, the thing, too, with Flaherty, he started out really poorly to start the year, and he's really bounced back in a big way, although last couple starts haven't been optimal. I mean, although that's more St. Louis than anything. Yep, Pham going to the D-backs. Let's see if Dylan Cease going to the Dodgers, but we'll see if Cease actually goes. Yep. On the Jays. Yep. Jays, we'll see. There's time here. Jared Warren, it's been 5 years since Days of Our Steelers. Would you be willing to do a retrospective? I don't want to go back to that time. It was bad. Matthew Liberatore. Or is it Liberatore? I'm not sure. I keep fucking that up. I keep saying it's Liberatore, but I guess not. Yeah. I mean, Liberatore hasn't been good. I mean, you can bring back Wainwright for maybe a pity start or two, but he's cooked. I thought he would have retired with Yachty. The battery goes together. That's just me. Yep, Atlanta loves... They love their small deals, Atlanta. So you have to worry about that. MKI, Alonso is apparently not going anywhere. Yeah. Jeremy Rodriguez is the return for Pham. So Jeremy Rodriguez going back. Let's look up Mr. Jeremy Rodriguez. Probably a minor league guy. Actually, I played a little bit in the bigs. Shortstop. Yeah, low-level prospect, probably hoping you get a diamond in the rough. Has had some decent numbers as a 16-year-old in the Dominican League. Might make the jump next year to rookie ball. Might wait another year. But it's a lottery ticket. It is what it is. $1,440 people right now. Dylan Cease, Paulie 1K. If they didn't acquire Verlander, they might be in for Cease, but they did get Cease. Yankees have been asking around on Manny Margot, but they've been asking for a long time. They've been asking for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's like they're gonna knock on the door and be like, "Hey, can we see Manny?" And then the mom said, "No, he's grounded." That's probably what's happening. Yeah, South Bend, you ain't trading Bellinger. Yeah, Cubs need either Dylan Cease or Snell, dude. Cubs don't need that. Their starting rotation's really good. Stroman's been excellent. Justin Steele's been excellent. Hendricks has been excellent. If anything, you need probably more depth in the hitting core. That's why you brought in Jamer Candelario. That's just me. We're at about the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes and change left in the deadline. Get your trades out immediately. Mets acquired Garrett Cole for a Bobby Bonilla bobblehead. Oh, dude, that'd be a hilarious trade if they finally do that. Well, Rams rock with Billy Appler with shortstop and catchers. You can always convert them to different positions. Shortstops you can convert to the outfield, third base, second base. Catchers you can move to the outfield if need be. So that's why you probably add catchers and shortstops. So you keep the best of the best defensively and then move everyone else to other positions if need be. So I think that's what they're trying to do. I think that's the logic that Epler's trying to put there. Time for the shopping spree. Well, Dominic Carranza, the other little Mets segment will probably be at the trade deadline bid. Oh, Sean Pinkerton can't wait for the dumpster fire when 5 is to dress the Mets selling. Oh, dude, I will have all the stereotypical video clips just ready to go. Like, they will be out there. Oh. The Red Sox looking into Colton Wong. Why am I not surprised? Because, I mean, they ate Eric Hosmer's salary. Mets acquire Shohei Ohtani for 6 acorns and 7 pounds of ketamine. Well, Justin Reed, Stroman, I mean, Stroman's been okay. Like, his ERA's like 3. I don't think he's been the worst pitcher in baseball, but, I mean, he may have been blown up the last couple starts, but he's still like a 3.85. I mean, he's had a couple rough starts, but, I mean, He did have a good start against Boston. Main issue is, yeah, he's been getting blown up his last couple starts, but he's still having a really solid year. Trey Teo, we'll see. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Get your trades in, boys. Get your trades in. And here's the problem. This is when all the, like, the fake shit's going to come out. So it's going to be really hard to see the decent moves. Yeah, but, Dodgers were apparently looking in on James Paxton, but the price is going to be too high. Apparently growing bugs that the White Sox will trade Dylan Cease, but that depends on the cost. Oh, it's augmented. I made an Artie Moreno video a few years ago. Still relatively accurate to this day. Flaherty now has a return. Okay. Nothing yet. Sorry, I'm looking myself. So there's really that too. Did the Yankees make a trade? Oh boy. The Yankees have made a trade. Kane and Middleton to the Chicago White Sox. The Yankees made a trade, boys. The Yankees made a trade. Not crazy about that gif. Come on. They did it. The Yankees made a trade. All the Yankees fans can no longer bitch. You have traded for Keenan Middleton. Let's look up his stats, please. I haven't seen much of Keenan Middleton. Because the White Sox, nobody gives a shit about the White Sox. He actually isn't half bad. 3.96. His FIP is high, though. It's a body? You made a trade? Oh shit, Rodolfo Castro going to the deal. Bailey Falter is going to the Pirates. I mean, Rodolfo Castro, he has promise, but the problem is, like, he's been very inconsistent. So, and plus with Castro, too, Nick Gonzalez and Leover Peguero are also coming up. So they probably muscled him out of a position. He has good pop. Decent power, but he's been relatively struggling. Bailey Falter, I mean, they need pitching depth. And I'm guessing the Phillies are, like, having an extra system, and yeah, it sounds like a Pirates move. I think the thing is they want this. They want the 2022. It seems like it's a one underachieving player for another. I think that's what this move is. So they're hoping Rodolfo Castro can at least, you know, develop some in the minor leagues and, like, be a depth piece for the meantime. That's probably why they DFA'd Jehei. So Rodolfo Castro is probably replacing him on the bench. And he's a good power bat off the bench. I was just hoping he'd have more upside as a second baseman. Dylan Cease is staying. Yep, Dylan Cease is holding perm. Yep, is the confirmation from Mr. Bob Nightingale. Dylan Cease is staying in Chicago. He will not be traded. And we have hit 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock is here. Pencils down. And in your tests, the trade deadline has officially ended. But the trades will still come in for the next 20 to 30 minutes. So we'll be staying put. And we'll be dealing with this bullshit of life itself. James Lindsley, at least Arizona is the only Cardinals that wants to fly into a ceiling fan. Yeah, I mean, the Cardinals have been a hot mess, though. Yep, Bob Nightingale is saying that Cease has not been traded. But the time will come there. This thing isn't updating. Come on, update! I need my trades! Ugh. God damn it. I don't want Austin Hedges for international bonus pool money. Hate the White Sox, they can't even tank, right? Yeah, pretty much. We get to watch the fire burn. Cesar Prieto and Drew Rom to St. Louis. Is this for the Flaherty trade? See, Drew Rom. I think, was he a decent prospect? Yeah, Drew Rom is a minor league 40 man. Kind of struggling, though. I'm surprised. Although, right. Here's why. Soft tossing lefty. Cardinals love their lefties. I don't even see Cesar Prieto. Oh wait, it's if I spelled Cesar right. Second baseman, shortstop. Doing really well though. That's probably why this is your big piece. And if you consider with the Orioles, I mean, you do have Gunnar Henderson and Jordan Westberg, so you didn't need them. So this actually works out for the Orioles. Because Cesar Prieto didn't have a place, unfortunately. And he is hitting very well. So the Cardinals will probably turn him into a Pirates killer because this is how it always goes. Teo might be traded. Walter King, I'm doing well, man. Doing well. Dominic Leone going to the Angels. The Mets are still selling off pieces. This is when all the big stuff happens. Yep, Bailey Falter for Rodolfo Castro. Dylan Cease was not traded. Yep, Cesar Prieto and Drew Rom is the return for Jack Flaherty, which is actually a really good trade for Baltimore because you're trading from a position of strength in your middle infield. And Drew Rom probably wasn't going to do much for you. And you free up spots in the 40-man as well. So I think, yeah, Jack Flaherty, I mean, that's a solid deal. Pablo Sanchez has been traded to the Angels from the humongous Melonheads for cash considerations. Yep, Wong got DFA'd. Let's see what else is here. Eduardo Rodriguez. Yep, Keenan Middleton got the trade. Yep, Dominic Leone going to the Angels. Dominic Leone has not had a good year. So he's middling middle relief depth piece. Dominic Leone. I'm actually surprised Dominic Leone even got attention. Because Leone hasn't been anything great. Like, he's been passable, but that's really about it. He hasn't done much since 2021 when he was with the Giants and they turned him into a steroid machine because that's what they do with pitchers. Very hot and cold. I mean, has some solid years and then just duds. That's just how most relievers are. You have great years and then bad years. How is Tim Anderson still on the White Sox? That's simple. He's probably still under contract. And remember, the White Sox don't want to rebuild. They want to just reload. I'm surprised they didn't trade him. I mean, he has a team option, so... I mean, even with as bad as a year as he's had, I'd still think they'd want to keep him on the team, right? Just for experience sake, right? Yep, Twins, no moves. Yoenis Cespedes. Giants did not want Pham. Blady Stan, what are your thoughts on the Rich Hill trade? Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the deal because they weren't going to do anything. They did get, more lottery tickets from the Padres organization, which has seemingly worked out well for the Pirates. So, you know what? I'm okay with that. Seth Floyd for 5. Scott Harris is a clown. The Tigers are a clown show and should and would continue to be with or without Alavila. Erod, I mean, you can't predict that because he turned down the trade with the Dodgers. So that's on him. That's not really on on Scott Harris. Like, he had a deal done. And Erod is not traded. Oh boy. Yep. Here's the confirmation. Eduardo Rodriguez has not been traded. Sorry, I had to get a really cheap joke in there. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. That is a bad joke. I'll stop now. I've got so many tabs open. Let me get rid of some of these. There it is. Yingling Nose Tree is a beer enjoyer. Maybe. Dylan Cease was not traded. Erod has not been traded. I'm guessing Mitch Keller wasn't traded. Yep, there are usually about 5 to 10 trades that come out of the deadline. Yep, Crystal P. Yep, Hedges is gone. He's gone to the Texas Rangers for international pool money. So probably a couple $100,000 for a few minor free agents. Yep. T stood pat. Well, the problem with the Twins is they're kind of a mess. The only real trade they made was trading Jorge Lopez for Dylan Floro. Yep, Hedges to Texas. Bednar, nothing yet. Yep, nothing yet. But as I said, there may be like a surprise or two coming, so still time. Tree, I think you have a porn problem. Yeah, I do. It's not fun. And an update on the Dominic Leone trade. We do have a name returned for that deal. Jeremiah Jackson. Or Jeremiah Jackson. Let's see. Jeremiah Jackson. Maybe it's a typical typo. Yep, Jeremiah Jackson, second round pick of 2018 out of St. Luke's Episcopal School in Mobile, Alabama. Depth guy right now. I mean, the Mets love their shortstops. Now you see how I shitpost. It's just like out of the blue. Just a lot of bullshit. 1,400 people watching this madness. Yep. Oh, update time from John Heyman. And good news for Pirates fans, we will not have to riot if this loads. David Bednar and Mitch Keller are remaining with the Pirates. Glorious day. Share us your Katana Combat. I don't know what the hell that is. Come on, man. Is Pitt going to win the NL Comedy Central next year? I mean, we'll see. It'd be hilarious. Be absolutely hilarious if it did. But we're still just in the waiting phase right now. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Big news coming out from Craig Mish. Josh Bell is a Miami Marlin. Woo! Cleveland's given up. Even though Josh Bell has not been good. But Josh Bell does offer power. That's been Miami's biggest issue this year. Lack of power. That was my thing last year. Phil Bickford and Adam Kolarek are going to the Marlins. Adam Kolarek, dude. 2019 style, man. Stand up and ring your bell. I remember when Josh Bell was like the great savior for Pirates baseball. And also the guy that broke the Red Sox so much and they got triggered that they have extreme slotting. Yeah, Josh Bell has not done well in Cleveland. So, like, he did well in Washington, then went to San Diego, went to shit. I remember when Josh Bell was looked at as a great piece. I remember he hit, like, Willie Stargell for, like, up 2 months, and it was the greatest thing. Bickford and Kolarek were good, but the problem is that there has to be another deal coming, right? What else is happening? Gene Segura's going to Cleveland. Okay. Josh Bell for Gene Segura. So the third base experiment for Gene Segura is over. One underachieving player for another. Yeah, Bickford, as he was DFA'd. That's probably why. Because he was doing all right and then dead. Adam Kolarek, I remember. He was so good in 2019 and he just fell off. Because, like, dude, he was lights out for a couple years, and then the injuries hit, and he just wasn't the same. Yep, Khalil Watson also going in the deal for Josh Bell. So, got in at the air. Mole's it for the Reds. Yep, the Reds have made no other trades. Sam Mole is it for them. So, yep. Here it is. Yep, something tells me the Dodgers are making another deal because they're trying to free up space. Bickford and Kolarek are out. And I mean, I know Kolarek, they're in the minors, and I know Bickford was DFA'd, so I'm guessing there might be another deal coming. Marlins traded Garrett Cooper? Garrett Cooper going to San Diego, huh? Yep, here come the moves. So I'm guessing Garrett Cooper is being replaced by Josh Bell. Marlins acquired Josh Bell from the Padres for Garrett Cooper. What? So which one is it? Josh Bell isn't a Padre. So it doesn't make sense because Rosenthal says that Bell was acquired from the Padres. He's not on the Padres. Unless there's another Josh Bell I don't know about for Garrett Cooper. And then the Marlins are saying, Passan saying Josh Bell from Cleveland for Gene Segura and Khalil Watson. Yeah, pretty much. That's what the man is. It's so bad. Road to Dawn, we need a local video on the Padres. Don't you know you got Kane and Middleton? You made a deal. First deal you made since late March. Come on, man. Yeah, so we'll probably go for about 10 more minutes and then I'll call it. Because I don't know if there's much else going on. Okay, Ryan Weathers is going for Garrett Cooper. That makes more sense. So probably just got his names confused. Garrett Cooper, he's actually done all right this year. Solid bench bat, good pop off the bench. Like, more of a depth guy right now. And Ryan Weathers, he's struggled big time, if I remember correctly. Like, he was seen as like a big piece of the future. And yeah, he just hasn't been the same. Maybe they're trying for the same thing like Jesus Luzardo. Because remember, Luzardo was struggling in Oakland, went to Miami, got fixed by their pitching, and I think that's what they're shooting for. Sean Reynolds going to the Padres as well. So, Padres are half buying, although I don't know why they're buying, I guess. AJ Peralta's trying to save his ass. Chris G, the Dodgers, the price was too high for Paxton. So I don't think that's working. Swordfish, you actually, Jace did a couple trades. They brought in Jordan. They made all their trades with St. Louis, though. Genesis Cabrera, Mason Jordan Hicks, and Paul DeYoung. So you did add stuff, but it was mostly just, you just went to St. Louis. That was your farm system. It was like Kansas City with the Yankees back in the 50s. Tony Bogan, yes, I'm doing a sports ball trade deadline edition. Sean Reynolds is 6'8". Yeah, oh, dude, Jackson Wolf is 6'7". Yep, 6'8", 250, first baseman, relief pitcher, and a right fielder, but definitely much more of a pitcher right now. Was originally a first baseman, didn't pan out. Good power, though, just couldn't swing it much. And now he's a relief pitcher. He's converted in 2021. He's actually been doing all right. So, could be something in the future for the Padres. Creeper Craftold, are you upset that the Ohtani wasn't traded away? Nah. I mean, I feel like it's in the best interest of the Angels to trade away Ohtani, but I get what they're doing. They're trying to go for it because they realize it might be it. Yep, Vogelbach still on the Mets. Luis Urias is going to Boston. Ooh, Boston's made a trade. They made a trade? Boston finally made a trade. Chaim Bloom has finally gotten out of his slumber. Luis Urias, who has been on like AAA for the last couple months, formerly top prospect of the Padres. But he is currently on the minors in the 40-man. He's been kind of a mess the last couple seasons, part of the Trent Grisham trade back in 2020. Thoughts on Hamer to the Cubs for Eddie Dong? Yeah, I mean, I think they're doing all right. Jays are done for the day. Boston woke up. Tree who won the deadline. It's too early to tell. Remember, you have to remember, 2 years ago, nobody said Atlanta won the trade deadline, but their moves actually paid off in spades and helped them win a World Series. Well, about it. Blue Jays did do something. They traded for Paul DeYoung, Jordan Hicks, and Genesis Cabrera. Yeah, but, Josh, another minor league depth guy. Oh, dude, don't worry. They think they're Tampa Bay. They think they can fix people. This is the problem with Boston now. Sage Roots for 5. I feel like the Dodgers took their Erod package and offered it for Paxton. They had a plan and stuck to it, just hoping to be the hot team in October. Yeah, I mean, the problem with the Dodgers is their pitching staff's destroyed again. Dustin May's out long term. Walker Buehler's out long term. Kershaw's been injured for a little bit. You have a few other guys that have been out too. So, I mean, it's just bad luck again for the Dodgers just dealing with injuries. Yep, not just them. I mean, Adam Duvall was a big one, too. And then I think, I'm trying to think who the other one was. I think they had Richard Rodriguez that year, but unfortunately he didn't do much. Like, he was a passenger on that World Series team. Jock Peterson was the other one, too. He was big. Ryan Yarbrough is going to Kansas City. He's going to the Dodgers. That's probably what that trade was for. Ryan Yarbrough, I believe, former Ray. Yep, former Ray, and he's probably going to work that devil magic from Friedman, and that's what's going to happen. So we have a couple minor trades. Yep, Ryan Yarbrough's going to the Dodgers. Probably just needed a piece to get rid of. Probably an extra trade coming in at the last moment. Yep. Kind of glad the O's didn't go crazy. You have a solid farm, could make some serious moves in free agency. Yeah, I mean, you did get Flaherty. I thought that was a good deal. You didn't give up much in the long term for him, and you needed a starting pitcher. If Jack Flaherty gets back to his old level, you do have that top of rotation ace. I don't know if he's going to be that, but it is what it is. Zach Showalter in the Flaherty deal. Angels winning the AL West? Nah, I don't know about that. Really don't know about that. Anything else happening? I'll probably end up stopping in the next couple minutes. So that's probably how it is. So I'm probably, after that, yep, Luis Urias, Josh Bell, Ryan Yarbrough. But I think that's about it. Yeah, Bickford, you're probably getting cash considerations. Yep, the Jack Flaherty trade has officially been confirmed. Nothing else yet. They'll probably add up over time. I like this one because it's a straight list. So you can check and see whoever got added, stuff like that. Been kind of a slowish deadline per se, but just realized Colorado do anything? Yes, they did. They actually did a couple things. They traded off Brad Hand, Randall Grichuk, and C.J. Cron. They actually made trades, but not the trades they need to make. So the Lim report. I was expecting more on this deadline. I'm guessing people are kind of skittish on trading pieces. This is what tends to happen. You want this big trade, and it happens. The man, Verlander, the last big move was Jack Flaherty. Flaherty was the other one. But otherwise, I think this might do it. Barring some other, like, random move that comes out of nowhere. I think, like, the other ones from here are probably just going to be trickle moves because the MLB fax machine has to come through and burr that through, get that to the stuff, and then do that. So that's, I feel like, happening. So for the 1,250 people still here, thank you for joining me in the meantime. I think this might be the end of it for the meantime. I've been doing this for over 4 hours, which is shocking. I was expecting, like, okay, it's only going to be an hour or two, and then I realized it's at 6. I'm like, fuck. Oh, well. But you know what? Time went fast. I mean, I enjoyed myself. I hope you did too. Otherwise, thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for investing your time in the shit I do. And honestly, MLB trade deadline stream will be coming out, or the video will be coming out probably later this week. We do have the dumpster fire at 8, which is going to be where 5 malts, and it's going to be beautiful and glorious. Garrett Cooper's going to the Padres. The Giants did do something. They did add A.J. Pollock, who will turn into a 300 hitter again, because this is how the Giants work. But otherwise, boys, I will see you around, and just watch. There will probably be a big trade that happens immediately after I end the stream, because this is how it is. Guys, I'll see you around. Peace out. Check out for a vid later in the week.